starting in 3 minutes. We'll be starting in 3 minutes, inshallah. I looked through your slides and I found out there are a lot of common ideas. So
Sure.
it made me sound like I'm a counselor or something.
Alhamdulillah.
So this is
Coming from the same source, right?
now, this is usually what I would cover for premarital when they come to the masjid. I share with them these three images, moving from a covenant to from a contract to a covenant, from being legally oriented or law oriented to relationship oriented. This
Sure.
is mawadda wa rahmah. And the idea of garment,
What does it mean to be a garment?
yeah, and it is symbolic for continuing. So it's for ta'bid, it's permanent.
Yeah.
And these are the how
Yep.
to nurture the mawadda wa rahmah and agree on what to do when you disagree. That style is different than my way or the highway. And his needs and her needs, this is the toughest point
Right.
for me but I keep it at the end. But if we follow that logic, this one will automatically be fine.
Inshallah.
accepted.
Right. Right. And whoever's taking the pictures, if they could please include the banner I have on stage. Need to be visible, but you don't need to show any audience members' faces. Cover just the back of their heads would be fine. Mm-hmm.
السلام عليكم ورحمة الله وبركاته. بسم الله والحمد لله والصلاة والسلام على سيدنا رسول الله وعلى آله وصحبه ومن والاه واتبع هداه وبعد. I am very excited to have the first annual marriage seminar in the masjid, and we hope inshallah this will always continue because we believe in the Muslim family. We'll be dedicating 1 month a year in the masjid for the Muslim family. And this will be reflected in our khutab, in our khawatir, durus, and it will not be only about marriage, but will include parenting as well. Family is the most important building block to human society. That is why it must be nurtured and protected. According to the Quran, the marital relationship is not possible without love. It's not possible without affection and mercy. That is why we need to learn what does it mean to develop affection and mercy. The greatest purpose is to have sakina. The Quran says لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا. It didn't say لِتَسْكُنُوا مَعَهَا. لِتَسْكُنُوا مَعَهَا would be to physically live with. It's like a hotel. But the Quran is very clear about what the purpose of marriage. It is لِتَسْكُنُوا إِلَيْهَا, which makes it like to have tranquility towards. This has been a short notice for this seminar, but alhamdulillah we have a good turnout. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless you and your families. Allahumma ameen. As you know, the seminar is for both who are married and those who are planning to get married. So we have a slight difference in our schedule. We'll start with the third and fourth session, basically the breakout sessions. So those who are married will stay in this hall for the first session with Dr. Sara, and those who are not married will come with me to room 161 for, he is married, to room 161 for my session, inshallah. And then they will come, those who are not married, they will come back after my session to Dr. Sara to have their own session on tips on how to choose your partner. MashaAllah, we're very, very blessed today to have Dr. Sara Sayed. She graduated from one of the best schools in counseling, from Texas School, right? So this is very prestigious school in counseling and family services in general. So we're very happy to have her with us. She is also the co-director of the Khalil Center. So may Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala inspire her with the wisdom that we all need. Allahumma ameen. So if you're not married yet, so please stand up and wait for me at the back of the hall and follow me. Mashi ya shabab. If you're already married, we have a special session. There are sessions that cannot be joined. So we'll start with the first session with married couples first. Allah yazikum al-khair.
Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair again for having me. It's an honor to, inshallah, present this workshop today. And as Sheikh Ahmed said, that we will start out with the breakout sessions, and then after that we will have a short break in the middle, and then we will have the joint 2 sessions, inshallah. So the goal is to, inshallah, have this be comprehensive, but it's a lot of information. And if I'm going too quickly and you have questions, please don't be shy, raise your hand, and I'm happy to go over anything that was unclear. But inshallah, the purpose of this is to talk about how to have healthy marriages, strong marriages, and inshallah to help support the community in learning how to handle discord, how to handle disagreements, how to handle when things aren't going well. Because the idea that it's possible to have a marriage without problems or that marriage is easy is untrue, and we don't need it to be, right? Like, inshallah, it can be a tremendous source of barakah, it can be a tremendous source of blessings for us. But as is with anything that is a blessing, it can also be a test. It can also be, a source of trial and tribulation. And we want to make sure that we understand that even the test can be a way of becoming closer to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala and deepening the relationship between husband and wife. So just briefly to start out with, what is the purpose of marriage? And in a lot of Muslim communities, we get asked this question that, modern times, the idea that isn't this an antiquated thing? Do we really need it anymore? If men and women are both financially independent, what's the point? What if I don't want to have children? Then why do I need to be married? And from the beginning of time, human beings have connected and have paired off. And there is a natural need that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created in us for emotional closeness and companionship. As Muslims, we also know that halal marriage and having a nikah is the way to fulfill also the natural need that Allah created in us for sexual intimacy, for procreation, if you do want to, inshallah, have children. Marriage is also a way of socializing, especially in the Muslim community, of bringing families together, bringing communities together, bringing friendships together. And married people, we know today from modern evidence and research that tend to be happier and healthier, and they do better financially, and they live longer. And so, again, all of this goes back to support the idea that inherently marriage is healthy for people, is natural for people, but none of that makes it easy. And so, inshallah, the goal of today is to just normalize some of those struggles. Often in our community, and the work we do at Khalil Center, if anyone isn't aware, we are the largest provider in North America of Islamically integrated psychotherapy services. Our main office headquarters is in Lombard, Illinois. And my work there is almost predominantly with couples, which is why I'm often the one giving these workshops and talks when it comes to marriage or pre-marriage, right? We also do a lot of premarital counseling, helping people who have realistic and healthy expectations of getting married. But in our work, we recognize that even though there is an Islamic tradition from the time of the Prophet ﷺ and from the time of the Sahaba to seek out mashwara, to seek out counsel, to go to somebody who is respected in the community or has a training, and it is their amana to hold your information private. And today, of course, we have HIPAA guidelines and confidentiality laws. But the practice existed back then. This is not a new concept to seek out help, to seek out therapy, to seek out support. But it feels new to a lot of us. In the Muslim community, seeking out therapy services, whether it's for mental illness or just because of the stress that we are facing, the stress in our relationship, financial stress, job stress, stress in parenting, still feels very foreign. For a lot of people, it feels like a very Western thing, a modern thing. Our parents and grandparents never went to a therapist. Why should we? But your actual parents didn't. But again, several generations ago, this was a very normalized thing. Today, it's looked at as something bad or shameful. But we know that as Muslims, we have a requirement from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to protect our health and our well-being. So stress, marital discord, disagreement, instability, these things affect our well-being. These things take us away from our purpose on earth, which is to worship and obey Allah. When we are stressed out, when we're worried, when we're not sleeping, when our appetite is affected, and we're irritable, and we're cranky, we're not doing a good job with any of that. We're not fulfilling any of Allah's rules and commandments for us. So protecting your health, physical health, and protecting your mental health is an amana of a Muslim. It's a requirement of us, inshallah. And so a big part of what we want to make sure that everyone has is the healthy foundation of a healthy family at home. Current marital context of the United States, some of this, I believe Sheikh Ahmed was saying that in his khutbah yesterday, the Jummah khutbah, he talked about some of this. The numbers are alarming. The numbers are alarming in terms of the divorce rate among Muslim Americans. And I always remind people to take this with a grain of salt, that not everybody who goes through this is going to stop and fill out a survey. So the people who are willing to respond to these kinds of surveys, but there are several organizations, alhamdulillah, today that are trying to gather this information, including Khalil Center. And the numbers I have here are shared from multiple organizations. But the idea of 1/2 to 1/3 of marriages currently end in divorce. This number is from 2014. 11 years later, it is still very accurate, if not maybe closer to half than 1/3. The national divorce rate in the United States is 1/2. It's 50% right now. 20 years ago, the Muslim divorce rate used to be closer to 20%, 1/5. So in a very short time, it has risen much higher. And there's a lot of different theories about why that is, and I have my own as well from the clinical work I do and just the experience I have in my own personal family, community, and stuff. But part of that, I think, is because people are more aware of their rights. We are less willing to be patient when it comes to dhulm, when it comes to abuse, nor should we be. But also because we are not aware how to handle discord. We don't know how to balance relationships. For example, and we'll talk about this more, inshallah, we all know the fard we have to our parents. Very few of us, unfortunately, know how to balance the responsibility that we owe our parents for as long as they're alive with the responsibility we now have to our spouse and children and this family and home. And that's, I would say, more than half of the clients I work with, the main source of their discord comes from trouble with family relationships. So again, the purpose of today is to just normalize that these problems exist. If you're experiencing this, if you have experienced this, you are not unique, you're not alone. But to know that that doesn't mean we just sit with it, that we are just supposed to be patient and wait for something to magically happen, right? Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala commands us to seek treatment, but we also all know that we're supposed to tie our camel, make our own efforts, and that is part of, inshallah, the intention of today. So American Muslim divorce rate currently, again, this number is saying 2000 or 2010 even, but somewhere around 32 to 33%. 68% of couples had a significantly negative interaction. Most people rate that as significantly negative is when family members had to get involved. Sometimes, police are called or there's legal trouble involved. So I'm not talking about arguments. 100% of couples have arguments, 100%. There's no such thing as being able to be married, at least maybe after day 1 or 2, or you're not gonna have a disagreement or you're not gonna have an argument. But a significant one would be where it felt like, I don't know if I can continue in this marriage. 68% experienced that. And 56% had at least one moderate to major issue in their marriage. So again, this is common, this happens, but we need to know what to do about that. So the agenda for this particular session is reducing marital distress. People have this fantasy sometimes that I shouldn't have married this person. My mother told me that she didn't like him. My father warned me, she didn't come from a good family. But the reality is, whoever you marry, it doesn't matter. There's going to be problems. There's no such thing as the perfect person. It doesn't exist, right? And we know this because the Prophet ﷺ had disagreements in his marriage and had times where, we know that there was almost a month that he spent sleeping in the masjid because of disagreements with his wives. So if the best of humanity had problems in his marriage, who are we? We're going to have problems. If A marries B, there will be a series of problems. But if A marries C, there will be a series of different problems. If A married D, another series of different problems. You can't escape that, right? I'm going to give 2 examples here, and I think we're about evenly divided. Anybody who's comfortable, just kind of yell out, when you look at this picture, what do you see? Tell me more about a girl. I heard a girl and I heard a rabbit. Anything else? Some people see a duck. Old lady, right? Allah created men and women differently. Even the people in this room, who I would say for the most part, we're a pretty homogenous group. Everyone here is Muslim. Everyone here is, healthy enough and well-to-do enough to be a part of this community, to be able to be here today. And even in this room, looking at the exact same pictures, we see things differently. Whether you see the duck or the rabbit, whether you see a young girl turned away or an elderly lady looking down. And none of those are wrong answers. If any of you remember from about a decade ago, this picture, what color do you see? Right? It's been, I think, 10 or 15 years ago when this picture came out. I have only ever seen gold and white. My husband only sees black and blue. You see what you see. You have your perspective. Having a different perspective, having a different point of view is not about right or wrong. Allah created men and women differently, right? But even in this room, there are different men who see 2 different colors. There are women who see 2 different colors, right? We come from different backgrounds. We come from different families. We had different upbringings. I've worked with couples who were first cousins. I worked with couples who knew each other since childhood, who from the same community, but still raised by different parents, even siblings, right? I'm the oldest of 3. All 3 of us are very different, have very different likes and dislikes and preferences, raised in the same home with the same parent. So for 2 people who come from completely different homes and different backgrounds to marry and believe that whatever I feel, my spouse will feel, or what's right to me should be right to them, right? This is not reasonable. This is not reasonable, and it's not necessary. we can respectfully learn to disagree. We can respectfully learn to compromise. And sometimes we can also respectfully choose our battles. Not every battle has to be fought. And even with the compromise, in marriage, there's no such thing as 50-50. I hear this sometimes at wedding speeches, and it kind of makes me cringe. Like, you're setting them up. Sometimes marriage is 90-10. Best case scenario, you have days that are 60-40. And sometimes it's 100 and 0. There are certain things that each person is going to be better at. There are certain things that might be a strength for one and not for the other, right? If you struggle with a task, splitting it in half and saying, I do it this week, you do it next week, doesn't make sense. So to recognize that there's not always a compromise, and to recognize that it's not always a fair or equal distribution does not mean that it's not healthy or that it's not okay. And each family gets to define their own okay. There's always going to be differences, and there's always going to be different ways of looking at things. So early on, spouses attempt to impose their norms on the relationship. This is also very, very normal. And early on, it's often successful. The honeymoon phase, the first year of the marriage, but especially the first few weeks, the first few months, we want to please this new person. Sometimes, mashallah, I work with couples who know each other very well, or maybe they already had their kitab or had their nikah, and they got to spend time together, and they already have a good bond and good friendship. Sometimes I work with couples who barely said salam until the nikah day, and don't know each other at all, right? But that first beginning phase, when we're spending our life together, actually waking up together, actually being with each other, learning each other, we're very eager to please. We're very eager to be liked, and we're very eager to like our partner. And sometimes, and we talk about this in premarital counseling, sometimes we set up a false expectation. Like, I'm okay with everything you're saying and doing, right? But the smaller the differences between the partners, the shorter the distance and tension that needs to be bridged. The farther apart we get, the more effort it takes. So those early days, it feels easy. And this is very, very normal. People will say the first year of marriage, none of these problems existed because it was the first year of marriage, or it was the first few months of marriage, right? When you're eager to please each other and it feels quick and simple to compromise, or no, I don't mind, we can order what you want. We had pizza 3 times this week, but you want pizza again? No problem, let's have pizza again, right? But after a while, it gets harder and harder to do that. Differences in character traits between you and your spouse are inevitable. Some parts of character and temperament are intrinsic, meaning this is part of how you were born. This is part of who you are. Being aware of these traits can help you to better be aware of your partner without taking things personally. A very common issue in our community is punctuality, right? I'm just stereotyping right now, but a lot of Muslims in our background struggle with this idea. And I often have couples where one person is 5 o'clock means I'm ringing your doorbell at 4:59. And their spouse, 5 o'clock means 5 o'clock is when I start to get up in my house and take a shower to get ready to come to your house, right? And it starts to feel personal. I told you we're gonna leave at 5. Why aren't you ready? You did this to hurt me. It embarrasses me when we go here late. And then there's an argument. And then sometimes those arguments get really bitter and ugly. And by the time we're at the person's house, we're not even speaking anymore, right? If you know you're married to somebody who intrinsically struggles with being on time, right? This is not personal to you. It's part of who they are. And we need to adapt. Sometimes we need to think outside the box. And I have sometimes couples who, it may sound extreme, but it's a very common thing that we'll talk about. We need to take separate cars. And people say, but it's gonna look bad if we show up in separate cars. Sure, it will. People will wonder, is that worse or the really ugly fight worse, right? If you need to be there at 5 o'clock, and if you're not there at 5 o'clock, it's gonna make you very embarrassed and very upset, then go, right? Or maybe tell your spouse the party's at 4, right? If the intention is to prevent that argument and fight, and the intention is to keep the peace in the home, then be conscious of why you're saying that. Think about how similarities and differences that influence your relationship, think about how they do, and make a conscious attempt to increase fondness and admiration of your spouse. The longer we are married, the less we focus on the things that we are fond of and admire. After a while, it just becomes part of who you are, and it doesn't stick out to you anymore. But the traits that you were fond of in the beginning we still need to be fond of. The things that you found very respectable, my partner never delays his salah. He always prays salah as soon as the time starts. Years later, it may not feel like a big deal anymore, but that is still something worthy of admiration and respect. Focus on the good qualities when you feel overwhelmed by the ones that hurt you. Minimal to moderate differences may have limited effects on your relationship. Extreme differences can have disastrous effects. Healthy marriages require intentional effort to consciously bridge and manage these extreme differences in order to avoid the formulation and buildup of resentment. And we're going to talk much more about how unhealthy and toxic resentment can become and what it usually looks like. Choose a trait in which you and your partner are different and think about a plan on how to handle this difference. Because again, not everything has a compromise, right? There is no like 50-50 if one wants to have Chinese food for dinner and one wants to have pizza. Somebody's going to be disappointed, or we're going to have two different dinners, right? There isn't always a middle ground. How do we balance this? How do we manage this? The idea that double standards are okay. We are different people. The needs for each spouse is going to be different. If there is a mutual need, there may differ in the degree of it. So for example, Asya needs her husband to interactively and actively listen during conversations. The absence of this makes her feel unloved and undervalued. So it's very significant for Asya if her husband is not giving her eye contact, looking up at her, if he's on his phone while she talks, or if he's not responding, repeating back what she's saying. But in contrast, her husband Ahmed doesn't mind if Asya listens passively to him during a conversation. But he really needs physical displays of affection. The absence of this makes him feel unloved and undervalued. If they don't need the same thing, for her to say, look, I put down my phone, I'm giving you direct eye contact, I'm listening to everything you're saying, why can't you do that back for me, isn't a fair statement. It's easy for her to do because that's what she needs, right? For him to be physically affectionate might not be what she needs at all. So if she's upset that you weren't listening to me and he gets up and gives her a hug, that might upset her more, right? So we need to make sure that it's not 100% equal. It's what each of us needs. Again, Allah created men and women differently. There's a hikmah to that, and we don't need to understand it. It doesn't need to make sense to us, but we need to accept this reality. Psychologically, today we understand that men tend not to see details, but they tend to focus on the whole picture. And women are highly attentive to details. This is also part of what we needed to be, right, at one time. So when we're talking about a much more, hundreds of years ago, for example, a different culture, a different type of community, for men to be hunters and gatherers, or for women to be nurturing or being at home, those skills were necessary. But it's how our brains are created. The implication then becomes that men are judged for lack of caring. Women are often seen as being picky, right? It's not about a good or bad thing. It's recognizing that we are how Allah created us. If this is hurting my spouse, if this is causing a problem for my marriage, what can I do to improve this? The idea that you need to just completely change and be exactly like me is not fair or healthy. That's not reasonable. When we're talking about managing difference, number one, there has to be awareness. Recognizing and acknowledging that differences are natural in any marriage. Understand and respect each other's unique background, value, belief, personalities, and be aware of your own biases and preconceived notions, because this is going to hinder effective communication and understanding. If you grew up with parents who, for example, found it very rude and thoughtless that if anyone comes to our house late, it's a sign of disrespect, and then you happen to marry somebody whose family is always late, right? And so now, because that's how my family culture was, and one way we showed respect was to come on time, to me, your family is very disrespectful, and you guys are always late. And I'm saying the late example just because it's very common. The number of couples that I work with where that is a core issue is almost astonishing. And it starts with something that may seem very petty or small, but arguing about it over and over and over escalates. And it's the fights that get ugly that brings you to me. It's not because one person is just tardy all the time. That's never why anyone comes to therapy. It's because of how ugly the fights get. We need to, after we accept them, we need to manage the differences. After we acknowledge them, we need to learn to accept the differences. Embrace the idea that differences can be a source of growth and learning in a marriage. Accept your spouse's perspective and preferences may differ from your own, and that's okay. There's a difference between right and wrong and different. When it comes to marital therapy, my baseline is if it's halal, if it's not halal, if it's haram. In the United States, if it's legal or illegal. That's about it. That leaves a huge gray area in the middle, where it's not about right or wrong. It's about, does this work for you? Are you okay with this? Can you accept this? Can you guys adapt to this? And that's it. Avoid trying to change your partner to fit your expectations, and instead focus on accepting and appreciating them as they are. You cannot accept or appreciate someone that you are furious with. You cannot accept or appreciate someone that you cannot identify their good attributes or their good qualities. It's not possible, which is why that has to be a mindful effort. When the disagreements happen, we also have to have management and reconciliation. Developing effective communication skills to discuss and manage differences constructively. If us talking after a fight is just another fight, that's not effective, right? So we'll talk about how to share your thoughts and feelings, when to, and how to avoid making somebody feel accused. Practice active listening to understand your spouse's point of view without judgment or defensiveness. One of the best examples I had ever read was the idea that, and I'm not a sports person, but I'm going to use a metaphor. When you play basketball, when you play soccer, who do you defend against? I think I heard someone say it. The other team. You don't defend against your own teammate. Spouses are supposed to be on the same team. When you defend yourself to your spouse, you've turned them into your opponent. I called you, I told you I was on the way, I told you I was really hungry and I would grab food. You said, no, don't grab food, I'm going to start dinner right now. I walk in and there's no dinner. I was going to make it. Your mom called me. You always say I never talk to your mom, so I was talking to her. I'm just trying to do what you say. You're never happy with me, right? And now we're on opposite teams and fighting. Versus, you're right. I said I would. It's not ready. I can start it now, or should I go and grab something? Right? The tension's gone. It's almost like if anyone ever used a pressure cooker, when you turn the dial and the steam gets released. For someone to be validated, you are right. I said I would have dinner ready when you got home, and it's not ready. I'm sorry. What should we do now? What's next? Move on. We owe each other benefit of the doubt, right? A believer gives 70 excuses before we think something bad of a stranger. Your own spouse in your own home is not trying to hurt you. Doesn't have, inshallah, any bad intentions. Was not trying to trick you, right? Something happened. This is somebody I love. This is somebody I respect. This is somebody who genuinely cares for me. Something must have happened. Later on, when I've eaten and I'm calm, I can ask. Right now is not the time for that. When we defend ourselves to our spouse, we turn them into our opponent. We need to be able to seek the compromise and find a common ground when facing conflicting opinions or decisions. Use problem-solving techniques to find creative solutions that satisfy the needs of husband and wife, and be willing to apologize, forgive, and reconcile when differences lead to conflicts or misunderstanding. The example of going in two separate cars to an event was the creative solution for a lot of couples that I work with. It's unorthodox, it's different, and in the beginning, it's very hard for people. We're convinced there's going to be a neon light on us, and everybody at the event is going to see we came in separate cars. Should we tell them we came from different places? Should we tell them we had to do something? You don't need to tell anybody anything. We don't owe the entire world, our explanations. I know, and Allah knows, that we chose this because we want to avoid the fitna of creating a fight. Our children are going to witness this. We're going to arrive in a bad mood. And people will be like, but it's an hour drive, or it's going to waste gas. I'm like, you're right. I'm not arguing that. Now choose which is worse. Going in separate cars, or the very ugly fights that happen every single week, right? I have couples who have switched to paper plates for a while. My spouse never does the dishes. He says he'll load the dishwasher. He never does it. I have to do all the dishes. And this month, I'm coming home late every day. Okay, let's use paper plates this month. But that's bad for the environment. That's a waste of money. Correct. All of that is correct. Which is worse? The fights that you're getting into every night that end up ruining your evening, and you're crying yourself to sleep, and your kids are concerned, and they're not, they keep coming to your room in the middle of the night. Is that worse? Or the extra trash? If that's genuinely true, then that's not a solution for you. But for most of us, inshallah, it's a way to diffuse that temporary extreme tension until we're able to be more realistic and have healthier thoughts about how to handle things. Do develop strategies to prevent escalation. Sometimes couples will come up with a code word or even like a phrase, or kind of like find something that helps them calm down when they're starting to feel escalate. I'm going to go for a walk, or I just need a timeout, and we don't want maybe we don't want the kids to know, or maybe we live with family. I don't want your mother to know we're fighting. That's fine. It can be a private thing between the two of you, but find a strategy to prevent the escalation. Allah created our bodies with physiological responses when we're starting to get upset. You might be, clenching your fists. You might tense the muscles on the back of your neck. You might talk faster. For a lot of us, when we're upset, our heart rate increases, but we're not paying attention to these things. We ignore them and we just keep going. When you're starting to get upset, we need to pay attention to the changes in our body, because if we talk when we're angry, who is speaking with us? Shaitan. 100% of the time, he's there. And nothing pleases Shaitan more than discord between husband and wife. More than discord between brothers, more than discord between father and son, more than discord between neighbors. His number one goal is discord between husband and wife. When we talk and we're angry, we're tired, we haven't slept, we haven't eaten, that's not a good time for conversation. That's not a good time for a discussion. However frustrating it may be to say, I need to eat first, I need to take a nap, I need to lay down, I need to, the whole time is almost finished, I need to go pray. That's better than trying to talk when you're getting upset. Be situation specific. Maintain a positive view. Reconcile as quickly as possible. Forgiving is not the same as forgetting. And reconcile doesn't even mean we forgave something. And I'm saying this very frankly because not everything needs forgiveness. I told you that dinner would be ready, it's not ready. I'm a human being, let's move on. This is not something I need to beg your forgiveness for. I didn't betray you, I didn't cheat on you, I didn't disrespect your mother, I didn't do anything egregious enough to that level. Most of the issues between husband and wife are very day-to-day nominal things that we need to put down and move on. Stating what you need. I need acknowledgement that my disappointment was valid. Okay, you're right. I said it would be ready and it's not ready. I'm sorry it wasn't ready. I can't tell you how effective that can be. Most couples who come to us for therapy services have not heard that kind of acknowledgement. And when people become defensive and start sharing why I didn't do it, then it becomes a back and forth. Don't use insults or humiliating or belittling language. Character assassination. You don't care about anybody but yourself. You're so selfish. You always do that, right? That's character assassination. Personalizing it. If your mom had called and said she's coming over, you would have had food ready, right? If your brother was coming, if your sister was coming, you'd have food ready. Why wasn't it ready when I'm coming? Defensiveness, again, because that turns your spouse into your opponent. Shutting down. And sometimes people do this with good intentions. Because if I respond, if I talk, it turns into a fight, so I'm just going to be quiet. But shutting down is not healthy either. And sometimes it can be even more toxic than responding. Feeling like you're talking to a wall becomes habitual, and after a while, people stop trying. And now we have two people sharing a home, sharing a life, living two separate lives. And again, I cannot tell you how common that is. That it felt like nothing I ever said or tried to do helped, so I just stopped trying. Global statements of always or never, right? These are some of the things that we try to teach people early on. Nobody ever, it doesn't apply, right? The Messenger of Allah sallallahu alaihi wasallam said, the strong is not one who is good at wrestling, but the strong is one who contains themselves at the time of anger. Being able to stop and not say the things that you know the other person deserves to hear is going to earn you reward. Right? Saying it, even if you are 100% accurate and valid, saying it pleases who? Shaitan. It doesn't please Allah. But when you stay quiet, when you stay patient, when you have restraint, when you avoid the argument by sidestepping it, admitting, you're right, I messed up, I'm sorry, let's talk about this later, right? That is going to earn you reward. In terms of disaster prevention, because even with all of those skills, will there be times that it turns into what we would call a disaster, meaning like the fight is getting ugly, we're using loud voices, we're accusing each other, bad language, anything like that. Recognize patterns. This one is probably one of the most commonly missed things. Things like right after, I had a late shift at work. The days I come home late, I need to be honest with myself that those are not good days for me to have dinner with my spouse. It's better for maybe he should go to bed early or she should go to bed early and I should have dinner alone because I come home so tired and I'm always cranky, right? Or there are certain times after you paid a bill, you had an interaction with somebody, something else happened, that if you're not well, you're not well. And for some of us, and this is very hard to talk about for a lot of people, that's in Ramadan. This happens every year. Right after Ramadan, we have an influx of marital clients. For some people, and alhamdulillah, the days are getting shorter again, but especially in those July, August fasts, those were long days. And some of us should not be having conversations with anybody after 3, 4 o'clock. We're very tired. We're thirsty. We're not sleeping. Right? By the second half of Ramadan, like the lack of sleep catches up to you. We're stressed out about how many invitations we're getting and all of that. So unless it's critical, I urge people, if you're fasting, even if you're making up fast, doing sunnah fast, be honest with your spouse. If you didn't sleep well last night, you have a baby, the baby's teething, the baby's up a lot, be honest. This is not a good time for this conversation. I didn't sleep, my head is pounding, I didn't have my coffee, I'm fasting, whatever it is, right? Actively engage in reconciliation attempts, which again is different from saying, I forgive you. And that is different from saying, I have forgotten about it. None of us have delete buttons. We're not forgetting. But if you hold on to it, again, that's not pleasing to Allah. And it makes it impossible for either of you to move forward. Sometimes we have to agree to disagree. Again, not about who is right or wrong, just about we have different opinions on this, and we don't need to find a place that is a middle ground or a compromise. Sometimes we just need to agree that we have 2 different opinions, and now what do we do? Share your pain instead of attacking. Couldn't you see how tired I was? Why can't you ever notice anything about me? Versus I was exhausted. I shouldn't have snapped at you when I came home, but I got stuck in traffic. I forgot to pack my lunch. I was exhausted. Assume positive intent. This is also very hard. And the longer we go without addressing problems, the harder it becomes to be able to assume positive intent. But this again means we give each other benefit of the doubt. You're not married to someone evil. Inshallah, you're not married to someone trying to harm you. You're not married to somebody trying to undermine you. But you are married to someone who does things differently, who gives different priorities to things, who gives different importance to things. Ask questions with curiosity, reflect, check in to make sure you're understanding what's being said, and look for the general feeling. Don't get lost in the details. Right? So if the person's describing, I was about to make the dinner, but then this happened, and this happened, and this happened, okay, sounds like you got distracted. It wasn't intentional, I get it, but I just came home really tired and hungry. Be willing to take breaks. Emotions, interpreting disconnect as a dangerous cue. It makes us go into fight or flight, right? When someone feels attacked, you never listen to me. Now, I'm either going to attack back or play dead. Neither of those is healthy. There is often a physiological shutdown. Like we said, elevated heart rate, increased blood pressure. Sometimes people get sweaty. There's an urge to react, like I said, or become defensive. And a lot of us, we become so flooded. I'm so angry right now, or I'm so hurt right now. I'm so disappointed right now. I can't even hear what you're saying. You might be saying the most logical thing. I'm not hearing any of it. It's going right over me because I'm so upset. That feeling of helplessness, this keeps on happening. Why do we always find ourselves in this position? Are things ever going to change? Is this going to be the rest of my life? Right? And then again, that shutdown. So you need to be able to self-soothe when you take a break. You need to think of how to respond. Excuse me, don't think of how to respond. I said that backward. Self-soothe during a break. So what I mean by that is if you're taking the break, and remember the sunnah again of the Prophet ﷺ, if you're angry, if you're standing, you sit down. If you're sitting, you lay down. Today we understand that when your heart rate is elevated, when your blood pressure is elevated, going from standing to sitting or sitting to laying lowers your heart rate, right? SubhanAllah, even at that time, that was the sunnah. And today we understand it from a medical perspective, but it's very effective. Drink water, make wudu, pray to nafil. That's the sunnah. Same things we learned in anger management. Drink water, specifically cold water, ice water, because when you're upset, when you're angry, your body heat goes up, your temperature rises. And it's most effective if you don't like cold water. Or make wudu with cold water. I don't think most of us enjoy wudu with ice cold water, right? But it's gonna kind of shock your system and it takes your energy away from how angry you are. It physically cools you off. Pray to nafil. Go wash some dishes, fold the laundry, play with your kids, go for a run, watch a funny show on Netflix. Do something to take your mind off of what is making you angry. Because if you spend that break thinking about how dare he say that to me, how dare she imply that, you will come back guns blazing. You will not come back cool or calm or collected enough to be able to continue a conversation. So when you are willing to take a break, use that break. When the argument happens, disaster recovery is important. So we need to debrief after an argument or fight. What does that mean? What does that look like? When you're trying to have that conversation, what I said earlier is if we come back and we just have another fight, that didn't help anything. When we say I statements, it can feel artificial. It can feel forced. It is. This is not how most of us talk. But it takes some of that pressure off. You never listen to me is an accusation. I don't feel heard. Right? I don't feel important to you. I don't feel like my needs are a priority. I am hurt by what you said. I felt sad that you didn't come when you said you would. I'm owning what I'm saying. I'm not accusing you of anything. You may still feel accused, but no one has a right to tell somebody they can't feel what they feel. Every human being has a right to feel what they feel. So if I'm saying I don't feel important to you, now I can explain. You are very important to me. In this specific example or in this instance, this is what happened. When I say I'm not important to you, you don't care about me, nothing is good enough for you, no matter what I do, you think that, now we're just fighting. Right? I statements. Sharing your thoughts, your feelings, your anxieties, your motivations, and show empathy. Be willing to be humble in front of your spouse. Again, this is a quality that is going to be pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Having pride, having ego, saying, I'm not going to admit that I hurt you because I didn't have any intention of hurting you. Those are two different things. I may not have an intention of hurting you is separate from whether or not you feel hurt. Those are two different things. I had no intention of disrespecting you is separate from whether or not you feel disrespected. Right? So being able to own that. I'm sorry you feel hurt. It's not okay that you felt disrespected. That was not my intention. I'm sorry that happened. That doesn't give you less respect. That doesn't lower your self-respect. Number one, again, first and foremost, we need to always be conscious of pleasing Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Being humble and making a statement like that with the intention of diffusing the situation and calming your spouse is going to earn you reward. The harder something is to do, what happens to your reward? It increases. If it's easy for you to wake up for Fajr, you get rewarded for Fajr. When you struggle to wake up for Fajr and you have to set 10 alarms and ask 2 people to call you, and then you wake up, you get more reward. The harder something is to do, the more reward you get. And again, Shaitan's effects on us is so strong and so powerful, we don't realize it. But when you get that feeling of, I'm not going to say sorry. I always say sorry, I'm not going to do it. I wasn't wrong, I'm not going to acknowledge anything. That's Shaitan's whispers to us. That's him being pleased. That's us doing what he wants, not what Allah wants. Take breaks to ensure understanding. If we're having a conversation after a fight, even if we took the time to cool off, this should not last several hours. That's exhausting. And a lot of times that makes people avoid these conversations. And again, those creative out-of-the-box ideas, sometimes I'll tell couples, put a timer. Put a 10-minute timer, and every 10 minutes, take a few minutes off. Go get some water, go walk around, go do something, and then come back. The more breaks you take, the conversation goes longer. Again, it feels very annoying. But then we break the tension, and we come back. And whatever was feeling very important sometimes doesn't feel important after 5 minutes, right? Be able to do that for yourself. Stay focused on this situation. So in that example again about the spouse that was coming home and, the wife that was there was talking to his mother, and you always tell me I never talk to your mother, so I was trying to be on the phone and talk to her. That's a different conversation. Let's talk about that some other time, right? It's valid. It's true. You're not making anything up. No one is lying. But that's a separate conversation. Stay focused on what's happening right now. Last week you did this. Last month you did this. You always do this. This is how your sister behaved. This is what your brother taught you. This is what your mother does. Not related. Those are distractors. They get us off on tangents. Again, we feel attacked. There isn't one of us who's going to feel that my mother, my sister, my father, somebody is being undermined, and I'm just going to quietly listen. We become even more defensive when it comes to our family. It's a very effective way to change the subject. So stay on task. Don't criticize. Very hard to do. My needs are not important to you. That's a criticism. You never do things in an organized way. You're always running late. That's a criticism. Right? Stay focused on what I need. Stay focused on what I'm feeling. When we accuse, when we demean, again, it turns the other person into our enemy. It turns them into an opponent. It turns them into somebody that I am fighting against. And the more often that happens, the harder it becomes to come back and see each other as one unit. And over time, and sometimes I work with couples who've been married 15, 20, 25 years, 30 years. Over time, there's no problems, there's no fight, and we're still not a cohesive unit. You do your thing, I do my thing, even to the point where sometimes we have families where husbands and wives, they're parallel lives. They don't even know what's happening with each other. I work with couples who will have travel plans, and the spouse doesn't know. They're going out of town, when they're going, when they're coming. They figure out their own details. They get their own ride. We don't rely on each other. And the idea is like, oh, we're all in peace. But there's no rahmah in that home. There's no love. There's no example to the children of what a healthy relationship should look like, nor are your needs being fulfilled. Neighbors. Maybe not even that. Neighbors will at least check in with each other. Neighbors sometimes, my neighbor will have me over for a cup of tea, or I'll tell her to come have coffee, right? Neighbors is not even a bad place. Relationships are not always going to be at 100, right? It's okay if there's up and down. There are certain times that are harder. Sometimes, mashallah, we encourage early marriage, young marriage, and sometimes I have couples who are still in school, or they're still in training, right? If you're in college, graduate school, medical school, those are tough years. And we won't be able to be as connected as we'd like to be, and that's okay. Sometimes, especially in our community, we often have spouses who will live apart for a while, right? Like you got a job in a different state, or you signed a contract and you can't leave this job even though you got married in Illinois, but you have to finish your contract here before you can move here. Those things happen. Being distant or disconnected doesn't have to be a bad thing, but then it required, are we checking in with each other? Are we regularly talking to each other? Do we share what's happening in each other's lives, right? That's the peace. You can have peace in your home without having love and mercy and kindness and compassion, right? But then not even neighbors, I'll say roommates at that point, right? Where we share our kids, we don't share meals. I don't know when this person ate. I don't know when, what if they ate. I have no idea. If I cook, I only cook enough for myself. Maybe I cook for the kids. He never likes the food I make, so I stop cooking for him. Right? But I've worked with people who get groceries on their own. Then the idea is that this is better than divorcing. But it's unhealthy, and it's very unhappy. And ultimately, to be able to do any of this, you have to be okay. Before you can be a good spouse, before you can be a good parent, before you could be a good son or daughter or brother or sister, you first have to be okay as a human being. And every single one of us, men and women, have a right from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. The fact that He created us gives us the right to be healthy, gives us the right to pursue having stability and peace in our life. And that looks different for everyone. For some people, that means I need to make sure that I get a workout every day. For some people, that means I need to make sure that at least once or twice a week I visit my parents. For some people, that means once a month I have to make time to go see my friends. It looks different for everyone. But you need to be aware of what fills your cup. You need to know that lately I have not been praying with khushu. I've just been praying very quickly. I've just been praying my fard and running off, and it's taken a toll on me. So I need to make the time to stop and pray the way I used to pray, or stop and make extra dua. I have noticed, I have so many people who will tell me, like, oh, before I got married or before I had kids, I used to read a juz every day, right after Fajr, and I used to have such a good day. If you know that about yourself, make that effort now. If a juz is not possible, read a page. Make an effort. If you know that when I used to make time and not just leave my office for 30 minutes to quickly pray Jummah and then go right back to work, but when I used to actually take the afternoon off on Fridays, that made such a difference in my life, and I can make up for it by working extra other hours, then make that effort now. Your spirituality cannot be sacrificed for your job, for your kids, even for your family. Your connection to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala has to be first. That has to be a priority. We don't do well when we disregard it. We don't do well when we deny it. We also have a right to hobbies, to exercise, to making time for helping us feel whole. The idea that my spouse is my best friend and I only tell my problems to my spouse, or I have to tell everything to my spouse, this is a very modern idea. This did not exist at the time of the Sahaba. And I'm going to say even today, it's not a healthy idea. Nobody can be someone's everything, right? Most of us are too much for one person. There are certain things that your sister can hear that your husband cannot. There are certain things that your buddies can, empathize with you that your wife will not understand. That's okay. Private information between husband and wife is sacred. Anything that happens in the bedroom is sacred. Your financial information, your health information should not be shared. But we had an argument, I'm just not in a good place right now, I'm really stressed out. The people who love you don't need the details of the argument to offer support, to offer comfort. Your friends can be a great distraction without knowing why you needed a distraction. Going for a run, letting yourself spend time in a coffee shop, which we have more than plenty of these days. I think there's like 9 on Roosevelt Road in Lombard right now. I mean like Yemeni and Pakistani coffee shops, right? Go take a book and go have a cup of adani chai. And the idea that, people are gonna see and they're gonna wonder why I'm there alone, that's okay. Maybe you'll teach them to do it too, right? But we need to have a full cup to have the stamina to be patient in our marriage, to have the stamina to give each other space, to have the stamina and energy to give each other benefit of the doubt. That takes us being okay. So before you can focus on being a good spouse or a good parent or any other relationship that's important to you, you have to be okay. Jazakallah khair. Are there questions or comments or any feedback on this point before we switch to the next session? So when I have couples who are coming to me for conflict, which is different, inshallah, for somebody who's not at that level, but I say no less than 10 minutes and no more than 2 hours. So 10 minutes, if it's like we just started maybe escalating or we just started getting upset, 10 minutes is enough to take some deep breaths, to go distract myself and try to come back. If we've already been getting upset, my heart rate is already up a little, I might need 30 minutes. I might need 1 hour. One of the other really terrible marriage advice I often hear, and it's still at weddings a lot in the speeches, is never go to bed angry. To me, that is garbage advice. Go to bed angry. Go to bed angry and get a good night's sleep, and then try to have the conversation again the next day. Don't force yourself to stay up and keep talking, right? You have to have an 8 a.m. meeting in the morning, the baby's gonna get up in 1 hour. No, that's not helping anybody. So for some people, if it's like late at night, then even 1 or 2 hours is not the right time. I would say go to sleep and then try having that conversation tomorrow. And also, if you need a break, ideally, inshallah, you are both adults and you will both respect each other's need. But if your spouse, for some reason, is not able to respect your need, and you know I need a break, you need to give yourself a break. I hear this all the time, that I told my husband I need 30 minutes, but he kept talking. Okay, then at the very least, you stop responding. Right? If you can go to a different room, if you can go to the bathroom, if you can go to your bedroom, go take a walk. But if it's not possible, if it's late in the evening, at the very least, stop responding. Because if you know you need a break, give yourself a break. And make dua. Especially if your spouse is keep talking and doesn't want to give you space or isn't able to for some reason, make dua. Do dhikr. Do something, but don't engage. Yeah, so that's exactly what I mean when I say not everything has a compromise. If one spouse wants to do private Islamic school and the other spouse says, no, I don't want to do private Islamic school, there's no compromise. We can't do Islamic school Monday and public school Tuesday, right? It's one or the other. If one believes we can afford this, one believes we cannot, there's not a compromise. But that's where we need to be creative. And sometimes those ideas feel, again, like a strike to our ego. I think this is wrong, you think this is right. Seek mashwara, make dua, make istikhara. People often forget how important it is that when we have a struggle like this, make istikhara. Ask Allah SWT for guidance on what is right. Ask Him to make that path easy. I've worked with couples, and that specific topic is a very common one right now. It's a very, very common problem that a lot of couples are facing, whether or not, we bought this house, I hear that a lot, we bought this house in a very expensive neighborhood because of the school district, and now you're saying you want to put the kids in Islamic school, right? And it's a very common issue. Whether or not the kids should play an instrument, that's another very common issue, right? I grew up playing piano, but I don't want my kids to play any instruments. We don't practice that. My parents didn't know. So we come from different backgrounds. These issues are going to come up. Make istikhara, seek mashwara. Be willing to talk to somebody, but be careful who you're talking to. It's not that you have to come to a therapist and pay money, but is there somebody in your family, in the community that you might trust and feel safe talking to about this? And if there's not, then maybe the therapist, or mashallah, we also are very, very blessed, all over Chicagoland, I'm going to say, we are very, very blessed to live in a community with many scholars. There's a lot of scholars available who will set up an appointment to talk to you guys as a couple. And then be willing to be creative. So with the Islamic school example, I've worked with a lot of families who will try it for a year. Let's try it for 1 year, let's see how we do. 1 semester or 1 month is not going to give you enough time to acclimate and adjust and know whether or not you can do it. Let's try it for 1 kid, and if we can do it, then let's try it for the others. The idea that it needs to be all or nothing, right? You want to start a business, I don't have the money to support this. If we're thinking outside the box, can we go to your family? Can we ask your brother to loan us money? Can we talk to somebody else? That's not ideal, it's not what we want to do. But if I can't make it work the way you're saying, are we willing to try something different, right? And again, make dua regularly that if this is not right, the path will get closed. And again, I talk to couples all the time who after months of struggle decided, okay, we're gonna apply. And Islamic schools have huge wait lists right now. Sometimes you don't get in. right? Or family members will say, I genuinely can't help you. I don't have the money to loan you, otherwise I happily would, right? Or you want to apply for like a Sharia compliant loan and you're not eligible, right? Sometimes we'll start to proceed and Allah will change that path for you. You're welcome. Yes. Yep. That's a great question because that's a good example of something, again, that does not have a compromise. If I'm upset and I need to talk to you and I'm coming to you and saying, I need to talk to you, at that time, you have a decision. You get to say, no, I can't right now. But if you're going to say, okay, what is it? Like, let's talk. And I need your undivided attention. You can set parameters. I can put my phone down. I can stop playing my video game. I can look away and give you my focus, but I can do this for about 5 minutes. That's all I have. I can do this for 10 minutes. And sometimes that feels insulting. I'm your wife. Why can't I get 5 hours? What do you mean 5 minutes, right? You're asking for a level of attention that's hard for me. So I can do this much, and then it's on the other person. And that's why these are important conversations to have. If I just attack you, that you never listen, you're not being respectful, you're looking at your phone, your body's turned away from me, I'm going to be defensive and I'm not interested in accommodating you. But if I'm coming to you saying, listen, I know you're listening, because everything I'm saying, word for word, you repeat it back to me. But if I don't see you looking at me, I feel disconnected. Then what can we do to help you get that need, but not overwhelm me? Or if we're having an argument or disagreement, and for me it helps me if you hold my hand while we talk, or you give me a hug while we talk, and the other person's saying, that distracts me. I can't focus if you want me to hug you while I'm trying to tell you why I'm mad at you, right? But in that moment, if that helps me stay calm, and I need to be able to do that, then sometimes, again, it sounds very artificial, but these are the creative ideas that allow some of this to happen, is we'll set a timer. We'll put a 15-second timer. I'm going to give you a quick hug, and then we're going to go back to this conversation. So in a sense that like both people are getting their needs met, but not in a way that overwhelms the other. And we agreed to this. This is not being enforced on you. I'm not snatching your phone away from you, nor should an adult ever do that to someone. But you agreed to this because you are recognizing that as your spouse, I deserve some level of interest or respect from you. And out of respect for you, I will make sure to cap it at this amount. Does that make sense? Yes. Yeah. And I feel like this is something that I've seen more of in the last like 2-3 years. I want to say post-COVID. I think a lot of us had a lot of free time during COVID and did a lot of reading, mashallah, and learned about a lot of things. And so I'm seeing this more and more. This idea that like in the middle of the argument, we need to talk about how your family has an anxious avoidant personality style. And so you learned that whenever there's tension, you're going to run away and do something else, right? That has a place. And even as a therapist, I will tell you, like, it's important sometimes to figure out the root cause. In this moment, what's the problem? In this moment, who is hurt? Right? And inshallah, I believe Sheikh Ahmed is going to talk about this more, that when we know that spouses are a garment to each other, right? And it's a very pretty verse to put on wedding invitations. But what does that mean? A garment provides warmth. A garment provides comfort. A garment protects, right? Shields you from the elements. A garment beautifies you, right? So in this moment, the source of why you are this way is not as important as providing comfort, as providing compassion. When we are calmer, you have a right to revisit that. And sometimes we need to have a conversation about that. Like in this moment, this is not the time for this, but later on, I want to talk about that. Right? And the idea that, no, you don't get to talk about that. You don't get to, analyze me. Again, this is coming from our ego. This is coming from our pride. If talking about where does this come from helps me understand, helps me have more patience with you, helps me have compassion for you, I need that for the sake of our marriage. Not everything that's good for the marriage is going to feel good for the person. So when I work with couples in the beginning, what we call the intake session, I talk about how if you come to me, you are my client, my focus is what is best for you, what will make you happy, what will be healthy for you. But when you come to me as a couple, my client is the relationship. So I'm not looking at what's best for him or her, I'm looking at what's best for this marriage, what will keep the marriage healthy. And part of being able to be married is to be able to recognize that the marriage has its own rights. The marriage has its own rights apart from your rights. Sometimes we sacrifice, even if we have a right, we sacrifice it for the good of the family, for the good of the relationship. And why is it okay to do that? Number one, it's pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. And number two, the healthier the marriage is, the healthier the family is. The healthier the family is, the healthier you will be. So even in that moment, if I had to pull back from this thing and adjust, I see this a lot, especially after the first child is born. Somebody plays golf every Saturday and Sunday, or I'm on 2 different cricket leagues, or I play basketball 5 nights a week. That was fine. For years, that was fine. It's not working for us anymore. So even though you love that, you deserve to be able to do it, you already paid and signed up for this league, I may have to be willing to sacrifice, 1 day out of the weekend and not do that and stay home, or go out less on a weeknight, right? We make these sacrifices, inshallah, to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala, number one, and number two, to benefit the family, which will benefit you. All right, we're going to take a short 5-minute break, and hopefully, inshallah, if Sheikh Ahmed is also on schedule, then we're going to swap rooms, and you will go to the space where he is at, and inshallah, they will come here. Bye. seats, please. We're going to get started again. Are you linked to this mic too, or no? You're just linked to this one. Assalamu alaikum. Jazakallah khair for joining us today, inshallah. This is of benefit to all of you, and inshallah, this is something that helps you on your journey to finding a partner, inshallah, finding a healthy partner, and inshallah, starting a married life. So if we have this all correctly, everyone right now should be, inshallah, someone who is unmarried currently and looking to get married. The way, mashallah, Sheikh Ahmed had set it up is that the last session in this room was the people who were already married, and now are the people who are looking to get married. And all of you, hopefully, inshallah, are just coming directly from the talk that he just had, correct? Right. But if anybody is married and wants to sit in on this, you're welcome. So, inshallah, we'll get started. For couples looking to get married, what I was asked to present on is a guide on choosing a partner and things to know. One of the examples I gave last time, actually, pause a second, a little background on me. You know my name, Sarah Sayed, and I work at Khalil Center. And we are currently the largest provider in North America of Islamically integrated psychotherapy. My work there is almost predominantly with couples. About 70% of my caseload is couples versus individuals. So I do most of my work with either married couples or premarital also. One of the points that people will often bring up is the idea that I shouldn't have married this person. I should have listened. My mom told me that, you know, he didn't come from a good family. My dad said he had a bad feeling about her. I didn't listen, and now look, we're having all these problems. The reality is, it does not matter who you marry. Every single person has qualities that will match with yours, and every single person has qualities that will be difficult for you. Every single marriage will have discord. The idea that if you find the right person or the perfect person, you will never have disagreements is a fantasy that does not exist. That absolutely does not exist. And I work with couples sometimes in the Muslim community who knew each other, right? Who were first cousins, who grew up as neighbors, who the families have been friends since they were babies. And they get married and they cannot get along. And I work with people who maybe only said salam to each other before they had their nikah and never talked to each other or were completely arranged, knew nothing about each other. They're also going to have problems, right? So there is no like perfect way of doing this. But there are a lot of barriers that prevent us from seeing who and what someone is. And to some degree, we need to be willing to accept this. Regardless of who you marry, we need to know how to manage discord and how to have healthy disagreements. There are ways to fight fair. There are ways to fight respectfully. There are ways to have disagreements and reconcile, keeping in mind our purpose on earth, which is to please and obey Allah. Instead of our marriage becoming a source of pleasing or obeying, God forbid, shaitan, right? And part of that is in taking steps as much as possible to be mindful of who you're marrying, in what condition you're marrying them, and what are your expectations of marriage. But the idea that, you know, we talked for a few weeks, so I know for sure this is the right person, is a fantasy. The goal of getting to know somebody before marriage is to be able to see, inshallah, major red flags, to be able to find out major differences. But there will always be something that you could not possibly have seen or predicted, regardless of how well you think you know someone. Again, like I said, cousins from the same family, right? Neighbors, kids who grew up together. We went to Sunday school together. So, you know, he was friends with my brothers. My brothers have known my husband since we were all toddlers, right? There's still a difference when you share a life with someone. No matter how well you know someone, when you share a bedroom, when you share a life, when you share finances, you get to know them on a different level than anyone else ever did, and it's going to change your perspective on them. What stops us, or what are the barriers from getting to know people that, again, are normal, healthy, realistic barriers? Number one is a tendency to present a positive self-image, right? When we're getting to know someone for the sake of marriage, we dress up, we take a shower, we look appropriate. We make sure our clothes match. We show up on time, right? We don't do those things to trick someone. We don't do those things to manipulate someone. We do those things because we're trying to make a good impression, as we should. Falling in love influences decision-making process. As a therapist, I'm going to go ahead and say that I put a grain of salt on that because as a practicing Muslim, I don't believe you can genuinely be in love with somebody before you marry and share a life with them. But you can develop very strong feelings. You can develop an attachment, and you can develop a very unhealthy attachment. That's different from love, but it feels like it. Infatuation can change your mind process, and people will sometimes say, like, I couldn't recognize my brother. This is not the daughter we raised, right? Because suddenly somebody else matters so much to me that I'm willing to disrespect my parents. I'm willing to lose relationships with my family members, right? Things that a year ago, if you asked me, I would have said, there's no way I would do that, suddenly does not seem like a big deal. So that's why we need to be careful to what extent we get involved with somebody, how we're talking to them, whether or not we're having someone there with us, whether or not we're mindful of our intention, because it's very easy to slip into infatuation. The dynamics of the honeymoon stage of a relationship, which is even the beginning of the marriage. For some, it's as soon as we're engaged, as soon as our families have met, and now we're moving towards something where there's a honeymoon stage. It's a beautiful time, and you should enjoy that time, right? Where you feel very happy, you're excited, and everything feels acceptable. Everything feels great. Oh, you play on 3 different basketball leagues? Oh, wonderful. I love that you're so athletic. I'm going to come cheer you on, right? And then 6 months into the marriage, he's never home. Every night, he's out playing basketball, right? It feels different. But in the beginning, everything feels great. There's multiple factors that make up the psychology of a person. Most of what I'm about to list are not things that you could get to know in the early phases of talking to somebody. Even if you are able to talk to that person's siblings or friends or community members, you're not going to find out about their childhood trauma. You're not going to know about, how they score on an intelligence test, their psychological health, their physical health. Our gender makes us different. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created men and women differently. We see things differently. We perceive things differently, and that's perfectly fine. That's not good or bad. It is what it is. Our social and environmental culture, our socioeconomic background, our education, adulthood trauma, brain development, temperament, all of this contributes to our psychology. You might be able to tell someone's temperament from a few meetings. To some degree, you'll be able to have an idea of their intelligence, their skills, whether or not they have their psychological health, of how patient they are, of how irritable they are, whether they have an anger problem. You might be able to figure out in a few short meetings. But all of this, you will not. So if you've ever seen the picture of like that iceberg or glacier and you only see the tip and beneath it is the mass, that's that process of getting to know someone. I'm not saying this to scare anyone. I'm saying this to have realistic expectations. People will come and say, I know everything about this person. It's not possible. Several years into a marriage, you don't know everything about this person because people change, right? Our situations, our circumstances change us. However, we do have resources for getting as close as possible to a good fit. We don't know any exact formula because it does not exist for happily ever after, but there are credible sources of knowledge on marriage and relationships. There are religious texts. There are historical texts on male and female relationships. There are counseling courses. There's literature out there, marital therapy, research. If anyone's interested, I do have a workbook in the back that we have available for sale today. The idea that if I need this, that means there's a problem. If I'm reading about, what makes a marriage healthy, that means something's wrong with mine. This is, again, a very modern idea. In our tradition, it was normal at the time of the Prophet ﷺ, at the normal of the time of the Sahaba, to seek mashwara, to seek out counsel, to talk about concerns. It was normal to discuss what I'm stressed about. We've made it into something bad or stigmatized or scary. It's not. I don't know how many of you would make a big purchase, right, without doing that research. Hopefully, inshallah, if you're going to buy a car, buy a house, right, choose where to go to school, choose what program, that you got admitted into, which program am I going to accept, you check. You check their rates. You check how well people, when they graduate, how often are they getting employed, how much are they earning, how easy is it to pay back this tuition, or how manageable is the financial aid. You don't just pick something because it looks pretty, right? You don't just pick something because your sister said that she had a good conversation with one of the admissions counselors. You make sure. And marriage is going to be one of the biggest decisions you ever make in your life. You need to be able to trust your family. You need to be able to trust the people that you put in that position, inshallah, and honor to help you with this. You need to make istikhara. You need to make dua. You also need to trust your own instincts. I talk to so many people who will say, leading up to the wedding, I started having doubts. That's a very painful position. And as somebody who has worked with couples through divorce, I'm going to tell you, as painful as it is to call off an engagement, it is 1,000 times worse to divorce someone. So being willing to recognize red flags and be honest with yourself, even if it makes the whole world upset with you, is still going to be less painful than going through with something that may end. The science of relationships can be likened to physical health. Again, there's no perfect formula, but when we talk about being physically healthy, eating a regular diet, exercising, or engaging in physical activity on a regular basis, having a consistent sleep routine, coping with stress, that's how we get as close as possible to good physical health. There's also no perfect formula for finding the right person, but there are a set of important skills and knowledge that you need to have for a healthy relationship. So kind of like what I was saying earlier, it doesn't matter who you picked. If you picked the girl that your mom was pushing, or you picked the girl that your sister was pushing, or you picked the girl that your aunt was pushing, regardless, there will be problems with each of them. That's not the point here. Whoever you marry, there are going to be different problems. Yes, if I had married this person, we wouldn't have the financial problems that I have in my marriage. Maybe, but I'd have different ones. Or maybe this person wouldn't have had, in-laws as involved in our life, but we would have had a different issue. So there's no such thing as like that idea that the grass is greener, right? I should have done this, I should have done that. We need to trust that if I'm married to this person and I made sincere dua and I made istikhara, then this is who I'm supposed to be with. This is who was written for me. This was my nasib. And trust that Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala put me with this person for some reason, right? And be willing to explore, what could that be? What is the khair in this for me, for you, for our families? You need to be able to prioritize the list that you want in a spouse and trust leaving the rest to Allah. That's the hard part. The idea that, yes, they look good on paper, but I'm not sure. Or yes, these are the things I said I wanted, but I don't know. Right? That's a very normal, common feeling. There's nothing wrong with you for feeling that way. And especially if you grew up in a home where you saw fighting, unhealthy fighting, if you know that exists, it's even scarier. I don't want to have a life like that. But no matter how different two people are, how unhealthy and how toxic the home is a decision that you play a part in. Is a decision that you contributed to creating, right? So again, there's no parameter of my sibling married somebody that was raised in a different country and they're so unhappy, so no matter what, I'm not marrying somebody from a different country. That's not the solution. Whoever your sibling married and has problems with, they have problems that maybe stem from that they're not handling well. They're not handling respectfully. They're not learning how to find, healthy middle grounds with each other, and that's why they're struggling. There is an importance of feeling in assessing compatibility. So it's not that your feelings don't matter. Attraction and affection are part of human nature. Even in the Sharia, if you don't find someone attractive, you shouldn't pursue that. And sometimes our families, unfortunately, will kind of devalue this. Looks change, it's okay, right? Makeup will change that. He might lose weight, he might gain weight. Everybody goes to Turkey for hair transplant, don't worry about it. People hear stuff like that all the time. But ultimately, attraction, for most of us, is physical. It can also be the emotional connection that we have with somebody. But there's gotta be something. If there's absolutely no attraction, or God forbid, if there's repulsion, that is not a good idea to continue. And I, again, worked with so many couples that will say, that I knew that he was really heavy and I was very unattracted to that, but I felt I felt superficial saying that, right? Or this idea that I shouldn't care about looks because he had a good heart. You gotta be honest with yourself. If you don't care about looks, you're not going to notice them. If you're noticing that somebody is not attractive, at least be honest with yourself that you do care. To some degree, you do care. Having an emotional connection and attraction with your spouse is one of the most important considerations for a healthy marital relationship. So if you know, I really need a spouse who is at least this tall, who is not, heavier than this or not, more slender than this, who has this degree of education or has this kind of a background, and that's a deal breaker for you, again, it may be upsetting to your friends, to your family, for the people trying to help you, but if you know that's a deal breaker, that's not something you should be compromising on. Men and women find different things appealing and attractive. When you rate, for when females rate versus when males rate, if you can kind of look here, the things that make you feel somebody is dependable or somebody has emotional stability and maturity are going to be different. So we might all value attraction, but what is attractive to me versus what's attractive to you, right? How social someone is, your education and intelligence you have, the health you have. Most of us have an innate desire to be with a partner who has good health, at least appears to be in good health. Women tend to be attracted to ambitious men, right? Having good financial prospects, good looks, favorable social status. Men tend to be attracted to refinement, neatness, good looks, right? The ability to know that someone has a desire to keep a home or to raise a family. And when we deny these things about ourselves, when we pretend or act or even want to be, nope, I'm very modern, I'm very evolved, if you genuinely are, mashallah, wonderful. But if you're not, don't lie to yourself. At the very least, don't lie to yourself. And where am I getting this information? From almost 10 years of working in the Muslim community, with mostly with couples who come and they say, I knew before we got married, this would be a problem. I knew early on I was not okay with this, but I felt bad to say something. I felt like it was superficial. I felt like it made me shallow. I felt like I would get, people would be upset with me that I wanted to marry somebody who prioritized being a homemaker. So my mom is a career woman, my sisters are all professionals, so I said, yes, I want a professional wife, because that's what I thought I was supposed to say. Even though I knew I don't want a professional wife. I don't want to have the home that I grew up in. I don't want my kids raised by a working mom the way I was. And it feels so shallow and superficial to say that. And you feel like it's wrong. So what I'm saying is, Allah created you with the desires you have. For a woman to say, I wanted a husband who would have a reliable career, sometimes people will tell me that felt wrong. It felt wrong to say that you pursued your passion, and I know that you're never going to earn much, and the right thing to say is, it doesn't matter, I'm going to work too, and we'll figure it out. It felt wrong to say, I want somebody who's going to earn as much as my dad did, or who's going to be able to take care of me, and I won't have to work, or working will be a choice, felt like a backward thing to say. If you know that you feel this way, if you know that you're having these thoughts, and you're not comfortable verbalizing it, again, at the very least, be honest with yourself. There are 5 main factors in mate selection that, multiple different sources of research kind of come back to this. So whether it's from Islamic texts, whether it's from more modern research, Western research, but the idea that physical appearance, multiple intelligences, temperament and character, social religious identity, and then your philosophy of marriage. Any one of these things can change. Most people do not look the same 20 years into their marriage as they did when they got married. That's true. You could gain weight, gain hair, lose hair, like all of that happens, right? People go through situations, but at least that was a part of what was attractive to you. People develop intelligences, emotional intelligence as well as academic intelligence, right? Practical, realistic, what we call like street smarts. These are things that can be learned. Emotional intelligence can be learned. So not having it in the beginning doesn't mean you won't ever have it. Temperament can change. I kind of make a joke out of it, but people say that to me all the time, like, isn't it true that, your personality can't change, you are who you are forever? And I'm like, if that was true, I would be out of a job, right? That's what I do. People come to me and they want to work on their anger, or they want to, be more patient, or they want to be different from, they want to change their personality. Change is possible. You have to be motivated and want to change it. But it's absolutely possible. And the idea that people change after they get married, sometimes people say this as a bad thing. He's so different now. It's been 2-3 years since he got married, and he's just so different now. Of course he's different. His life is completely different. Responsibilities are different. Priorities are different. To me, it's something would be wrong if you didn't change, right? Oh, she used to be so social. She used to say yes to every invitation. Now she hardly ever goes out. Yes, because she has new responsibilities, right? So the idea that people are going to stay the exact same is also not healthy expectation. Social religious identity, to some degree, tends to be more stable. But even this we know can change. I've worked with many couples who will talk about, for example, a common one I hear is that, we dated in college, we liked each other, we fought to get married. Neither of us is very practicing. Neither of us comes from very religious families. But over time, Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala gives hidayah to those he chooses, and one of them became more religious. One of them became more practicing. And it's affecting the marriage now. Because the way we dress, how we socialize, where we eat, what we do for work, might not be the same thing that we were okay with before. And that's all going to affect the marriage. The idea that just because I'm religious now and you're not, I'm not judging you. Okay, but you try to wake me up for Fajr and then you're quiet when I say no thanks and I go back to sleep and then you don't talk to me. Yeah, right? Like you're going to have feelings about that. Or we used to, always share our food when we go out to a restaurant, but now you won't share my food anymore because you don't consider that steak halal. That's going to affect the relationship. The idea that our religious identity or social identity can evolve. This, again, tends to be more stable, but absolutely can evolve. And your philosophy of marriage. For most of us, unfortunately, I don't have numbers, but I'm going to say probably more than 90%, we have very unrealistic philosophy of marriage before marriage. Even your own parents' marriage, which for most of us is the one that we know, like we're the closest to or we know the best, we only know what they show us. The conversations they have privately, how they made up, when they made up, what they do for each other, we only have an idea. Maybe we hear the fights, maybe we see them being affectionate, but we don't know the full extent of it. Right? In others' marriages, we don't know at all. People will say, and one of the worst things these days is that people will post pictures online, and I work with couples all the time who will say, no one has any idea because they see these beautiful pictures from our honeymoon. We're standing at the beach, and there's a sunset behind us, and there's 500 likes, and they don't know that we didn't speak that day. We were so mad we didn't even talk to each other that day, but we just post for that picture, right? Nobody shares pictures online of the fights, right? Or the meals that burned, or the gifts that weren't appreciated. We share the pretty things. We share the happy things. And it gives a false expectation. We think that everybody else is doing well, right? Nobody shares when I tried really hard, or I worked really hard, or I made such an effort and it wasn't appreciated and how upsetting that was. People don't share that. And nor should we. I'm not saying we should, but it gives this false expectation that everyone's doing great, and that's just not true. Everybody is making an effort. Okay, so going back to the 5 qualities that we need to give consideration to. Number 1, which is the first thing most of us see, is physical appearance. So physical features influence your first impressions. Men do value physical attractiveness in a potential mate more than women. Women also value it, but if we're going to quantify it, the way men value attraction tends to be higher than how women value attraction. Women value physical appearance and also give more importance to other socio-emotional factors. If they feel respected by this person, if they feel like this person, inshallah, has the capacity to be a good provider, if this person comes from a background or social status that's appealing to us, those can be very important factors for women, often more than men. And people tend to believe beautiful people as being good. We do have a beauty bias, it exists. When people are attractive, well-dressed, well put together, appear affluent also, this idea that they must be happy. So whether or not it's conscious, we might subconsciously be pulling towards somebody who appears that way with this idea that they are going to be happy, so we're going to be happy with them. If there are qualities that are repulsive to you, and I know that's a really harsh word, but repulsive is repulsive. It is a harsh feeling. We need to be honest about it. It's important to note potential spouses may be repulsive. Being extremely unattracted to someone can lead to a number of problems, including emotional and sexual dissatisfaction. You are doing a zulm on someone and on yourself if you agree to marry someone because this is who your family is pushing, because it makes economic sense, because I have immigration issues, because I had said yes years ago and now this person looks different and I feel like I'm obligated to do it because nobody else is being with them. Like there's a variety of reasons why people say they did what they did. But if you're not attracted to them, you're not going to be able to feel satisfied with them. You're not going to enjoy time with them, and they're going to know. Even if you never say it, people know. People can feel the lack of connection, and it hurts. And that's not fair to anyone. So whether it's weight, height, hairstyle, eye color, to some degree, can things change? Sure. But one of the things I always tell couples in premarital is assume that what you see is exactly what you're going to have. So if somebody is smoking and you are repulsed by the smell of smoke and they're telling you that I'm working on it, I'm going to stop soon, if you're going to marry this person, you need to make sure they have stopped for several months, right? Working on it, I'm going to, and now suddenly I'm married and my stress has, exponentially gone up in life, but I'm going to stop smoking. It's not going to happen. And at that point, are they stopping smoking because they don't want to smoke, because it's unhealthy, or because you're making them, right? And if we're not doing well, or I feel like you and I are having a disagreement, I might not be motivated to do this for you anymore. So if somebody's going to lose weight, if somebody is going to, go to graduate school, if somebody is going to stop smoking, if somebody is going to be better about their salah and pray on time more, like it needs to be there before you get married. Things change. People pick up bad habits. People gain weight, 100%. But don't assume that because someone says I'm working on this or in a year from now it's not going to be there, that's the case. People have good intentions, but things don't always work out that way. General intellectual ability and emotional intelligence are very important. Again, not things that many of us would consider, but it's very hard to have a conversation with someone if you don't feel like you guys are emotionally or intellectually at the same level. Emotional intelligence is defined as having self-awareness, the ability to identify and understand your own emotions and the impact they have on others, the tone I'm using, whether or not I'm giving you eye contact, right? The fact that I showed up to have coffee with you late, the fact that I said I was going to be home at a certain time, but when I got there, I was disheveled, I wasn't ready, I wasn't dressed properly. I don't understand. Why are you in a bad mood? Like, what makes you unhappy? I said I would come and I came, right? Like, that's a lack of emotional intelligence. It's also self-regulation, ability to keep disruptive emotions and impulses under control. No one needs to know your every thought. No one needs to know anyone's every emotion, even under stressful situations. So, my spouse's father is driving the car and I'm in the back seat and I told him that he should have taken this exit and he didn't listen to me and now we're lost and the GPS isn't working and there's no cell phone reception. This is not the time to yell that you should have listened to me, right? Like having the sense of like, not the time, not the place, not the person, right? I need to be patient and be quiet. All of that is about having emotional intelligence. Social awareness, ability to understand the emotions of others, is a key component of empathy, being able to empathize with others, and have social skills, the ability to inspire others and build and maintain healthy relationships. Social skills may look different person to person. Not everybody is extroverted. You might be a very shy or quiet person, but have good manners or have good akhlaq, have good adab, right? Somebody who brags a lot is very arrogant, or even somebody who appears that way may not be attractive to someone else, right? So emotional intelligence really encompasses all of that. But it's not just about earning potential or looks. Having a temperament or intellect that allows me to feel a connection to you, that it's easy to talk to you, that we're able to have conversation. This is important in a healthy marriage. Spouses need to be able to connect, need to be able to hear each other, need to be able to understand each other. Temperament is your inherent temperamental disposition. So for example, introversion or extroversion. And those terms are often used incorrectly. Psychologically, introversion or extroversion does not mean how social you are. So a very extroverted person could still be shy, or a very introverted person may still love going out. It's how you get your energy. Like an introverted person gets their energy from downtime. So going out takes a toll on me. I may love it, I may really enjoy it and seek it out, but when I need to recharge, I need a quiet evening at home. An extroverted person who is very shy and who gets really flustered in social situations may not, seek it out, but every now and then I need to be able to go out and be around other people. So it's not just about how social you are. And oftentimes, when spouses have different levels of these, it can feel incompatible. But again, and we'll talk a little bit more about this moving forward, the idea isn't that you need to be perfectly matched up. The idea is you need to be able to respect the differences. If it's hard for my spouse to go out, it's not fair then to expect that they're going to go out every time I want to go out, right? So how are we going to balance this? When is it going to be a need that, no, this specific occasion, or this event is very important to me versus this is not that important, or this is a casual gathering. I'm okay going by my own. Maybe I don't like it. I wish my spouse came with me. I prefer that. But is it necessary, right? Because everything is not necessary. Your character is your habituated behaviors that are consistent with your moral, ethical, pro-social values, your patience, your generosity, how willing you are to give charity, how willing you are to help others, how much you might crave or want to volunteer for things, that kind of thing. How strict you might be about something that you consider wrong, right? Even something about, I've worked with couples where the fights stem from the idea that when we're in the grocery store, my spouse thinks it's fine to eat the fruit as we walk around. We haven't paid for that. That's stealing, right? People sometimes look at things very differently. Whether or not we should get, life insurance, we need to talk to a scholar, and I don't think this is halal, and the other person's like, what are you talking about? It's not that big of a deal, right? So how we look at things can vary. It's not that that means that they don't care about halal, haram, but sometimes we come from different backgrounds, different perspectives. Sometimes we don't have that knowledge yet. So being willing to have those conversations. While temperament traits are relatively stable over time, character can change in accordance with one's character development. Age changes us. Stress changes us. Responsibility changes us, right? Life moving changes us. Most of us change to some degree based on what's going on. Losing, our parents, our other family members, becoming responsible for something, having stress about something, physical health problems, like having a health issue. All of these things change us. That's not a bad thing. But the other person, even if they did not change the same way with you, needs to be able to adapt to who you are today and learn how to accommodate that change. Social religious identity, so your religiosity, and people will say this so often in premarital or when I'm talking to couples or who are having problems in their marriage, that I asked if you were religious and you said yes, right? And their definitions of religious are wildly different. Yes, I am very religious. I, go to Jummah, but sometimes I pray, sometimes I don't, right? Or I am very religious. I only eat halal and I wear hijab, but I'm okay with XYZ. Or I have gay friends. Or I think it's okay to have, friends of the opposite gender. People have different definitions of these things. So just to check in at that level isn't going to answer your questions. How do you practice? What do you consider appropriate versus inappropriate? What are your limits, right? If you think it's okay to have friends of the opposite gender, what does that mean? In a group setting, are you talking about professionally, working with classmates or working with coworkers? Or are you talking about one-on-one lunch dates with an opposite gender friend? Are you talking about being alone in a car with somebody the opposite gender? And that question specifically, another thing that often happens in the Muslim community is people have very different definitions of opposite gender when we're talking about cousins. A lot of us grow up with cousins as siblings. And this idea, which is not in Islam, that that boundary doesn't exist. And then you marry somebody for whom your cousin is not your mahram. Why is she calling you at 11 o'clock at night, right? Or why is she asking you to come help her move out of her apartment? That's not your job, right? Or why are you giving rides to female cousins? Or why are you alone in the car with a male cousin? These can become very significant factors in a relationship. So it's not just how do you feel about the opposite gender. And even to some families, it's older relatives. So some people come from families where it's not a mahram, meaning your aunt's husband is not a blood tie to you, but oh yeah, he always hugs me. That's just normal in our family. And you might marry somebody who's not okay with that, right? Or vice versa. My uncle's wife, oh yeah, she's known me since I was a baby. She took care of me. Yes, when you were 3 or 4 or 7, that's different, right? You're 25 now. I'm not comfortable that she's hugging you, right? Or I'm not comfortable that she's kissing you. And the implication that, are you accusing me of something? or you're trying to say that we're wrong or we're bad, versus understanding that this is not okay with me, and how are we going to navigate this moving forward. It doesn't mean that you are never allowed to be, in the presence of your aunt and uncle again. But if something is upsetting to your spouse, especially when there is like a clear Islamic value here that feels violated to one person, that has to matter. And people also socially tend to have very different definitions of okay and not okay. So people sometimes will say, like, I don't drink, I don't buy alcohol, I will not pay for my friends' drinks, but I don't mind being in their company when they're drinking, right? This is America, I have non-Muslim friends. Of course, sometimes if we go out to eat, my friends might order wine. And you might marry somebody who is absolutely not okay with that, right? I've worked with couples who will say, like, I married a spouse who dresses modestly and prays 5 times and fasts in Ramadan, and then I found out that she had a wine opener in her apartment because sometimes her friends would bring over a bottle of wine, right? And that didn't bother her. And she was like, I'm not drinking it, I didn't buy it. And so it's about having these conversations, which may feel really awkward. And people will say, like, I feel like you're gonna think I'm like super conservative, or what does that even mean, right? But at the end of the day, if you're not married to this person yet, you don't owe each other yet, right? After you're married and you find out something like this, even then it's very difficult to navigate. But before marriage, we need to be honest first with ourselves and then with each other. If I'm not okay with this, and I'm saying that moving forward, I would not be comfortable, even if I'm not home, I would not be comfortable when your girlfriends come over for them to bring alcohol into our shared home. So if we are to proceed, you would have to be okay with that can't happen anymore. And let the other person have time to think about it. People often get very offended. Why did you need to think about that? The answer should have been obvious. It should have been easy for you to say, yes, of course, I'll never be friendly. I'll never high-five my male cousins again. That was one that had come up. That she was like, we don't hug, but sometimes we'll high-five. And he's like, I'm not okay with that. And the fact that she did not immediately say, yep, I'll never do it again, bothered him. And he was like, that shouldn't have been something to think about. Well, you're saying something that to her is very normal, that she's always done. She's done it openly. Her family knows it. His family knows it. No one's ever had a problem with it. It may take her time to think about it. And it may take her time to think about, am I willing to do this for you? Right? That's okay. But you still got to be honest about it. The feeling that, like, if I say this, I will get looked down on. People will think I'm too religious. People will think I'm fundamentalist. Like, sometimes these words get turned into, like, really negative images. If they think that about you, then clearly this is not going to be compatible moving forward. Religious orientation, again, people change, but to some degree, we need to be able to evaluate your spouse's religiosity. Similarities between religiosity levels is a positive thing. If there's a huge gap in religiosity between spouses, it's much more likely to have a negative effect on that marital relationship. Nobody likes feeling judged. Nobody likes to feel like I'm not meeting your expectations or I'm lacking, right? So while being in the same religious community can have advantages, it does not mean you're going to have a perfect match with somebody. The Prophet ﷺ said that a woman is married for 4 things: her wealth, her family status, her beauty, and her religion. So you should marry the religious woman or you will be a loser. The idea that if you're marrying someone who is not practicing at all, it's very beautiful when people say, like, I want to marry somebody who will wake me up for Fajr. That's wonderful. But are you also going to sometimes wake up your spouse for Fajr, right? Like, you want to marry somebody who respects the fact that you pray Fajr, but you also need to be somebody who prays Fajr. And this is something that I feel like a lot of young people struggle with, the idea that I should even have a say in this, but someone's family of origin, for some of people, can really matter. Knowing that my spouse is nothing like their family might be a big factor in my deciding to marry this person. But their family is going to have a role in our life. Their family is going to be blood ties to our children. So whether, I'm not necessarily even just talking about somebody who reverted to Islam, but if you're married to a family where the values, their environment, their expectations of education, or their gender roles are different from what you are used to or what you're comfortable with, what they expect of you as a spouse, if there are strains in their own family relationships, if there are concerns, whether it's violence or if there's a history of addiction or jail or whatever, like, we want to be evolved and say, I don't care about any of that. That has nothing to do with my wife. That has nothing to do with my husband. And that's just not true. Especially, I feel like more in Muslims and other communities, you don't just marry a person, you do marry their family. And the idea that the fact that your parents are super liberal or that, none of your events are segregated or whatever, it will impact you. So for some people, this is a level that I can accept. For some people, it's not. But don't fool yourself into thinking that you're not going to be connected to your spouse's family. You absolutely are, and you should be. Even if they're not Muslim, your spouse still has a fard obligation to their parents, right? You don't. We don't have any obligations to our in-laws, but your spouse does. And keeping family ties is important. Being respectful to each other's family is how we show love and respect to our own spouse. Having good relations is an important factor in having a good relationship with our spouse. So if you're marrying somebody and I cannot stand your parents, I hate your brothers, everything about your family is uncomfortable to me and I don't ever want to be around there, this is not going to work out. Perspectives on marriage to some degree should be discussed, but again, this tends to be the least stable in terms of like gender roles, expectations for closeness, and attitudes towards marriage. And what I mean by that is, again, for a lot of us, they're not realistic expectations. Sometimes we have ideas that we're going to have very traditional gender roles, and the example I often think of is a couple I worked with years ago where the wife did not grow up cooking very much. She knew to some degree how, but the husband had moved out in college, and he had lived on his own for years, and he was very comfortable cooking. And so whenever she cooked dinner, it was like a 2-3 hour event. It was very stressful for her. It was not relaxing. She did not enjoy it. And he could make dinner in like 15 minutes. And he'd make a great meal, and he didn't think twice about it. That's not a family that traditional gender roles for cooking was going to work for them. Like the amount of effort it took her was not commensurate. Like the meal was eaten in 5 minutes, right? And for her, it's like, I can cook once a week. That's the most I can do. But he was like, I could easily cook 5 times a week. Let me be in charge of cooking, right? So the idea that like, are we willing to be flexible? Are we willing to see like what is someone's strength versus what is harder for somebody or challenging to somebody? A positive attitude toward marriage is essential to create an appropriate frame of mind and necessary for a healthy marriage. So some people view marriage as an opportunity for a sacred bond and an opportunity to fulfill your emotional, physical, and spiritual needs. We know that marriage is a source of ibadah and a vehicle to obtain the pleasure of Allah. Some people look at marriage as a sense of duty and don't have as much interest in the relationship, right? All marriages are prone to be filled with conflict and misery. The idea that it doesn't matter who you marry, it's going to be miserable, right? Which is, again, untrue and very much going to affect your motivation. Evaluate yours and your potential spouse's attitude about the value of marriage. Why do you want to get married? What's important about marriage to you? And be willing to see risky traits, red flags, severe anger problems, jealousy, suspicion. Who are you talking to? Why have you been on the phone for so long? Why'd you put your phone away? What's the password to your phone, right? Especially before you're married. Even those traits after marriage are not healthy, but before marriage especially. What's happening there that's making you need this information? Alcohol or substance abuse or addiction, gambling behaviors, somebody who is not motivated, especially as a male, to have a job or to have a source of income, to be a provider, that can be a very stressful impact on a relationship. For many, the approach to marriage is very, very different. So whether we're looking at it as dating, whatever you consider dating to be, some people consider talking to people dating, some people consider like spending alone time with someone dating, introducing yourself to people, third-party introductions, or whatever you consider arranged, whether it was a family-oriented arrangement or family pressure towards an arrangement. But the barriers that many of us face are unrealistically high standards. The idea that I have to be in love with the person, because again, as a psychologist, I'm going to tell you the chances that you can have genuine love with someone before you share your life with them is, I'm going to go ahead and say, slim to none. But attraction, interest, absolutely. And if you're spending too much time with somebody and not having any barriers between you two, infatuation. Not open to being introduced by a third party. Many people they are uncomfortable with the idea. I don't want someone setting us up. I don't need someone doing that. I don't like the idea of being on an app. I don't want to be introduced to a stranger, but I also don't want to date, and I also don't want to be alone with a non-mahram. Okay, they're not going to fall into your lap, right? They don't fall out of the sky. Like somebody has to make some effort somewhere. I won't get married until I'm financially secure or until I finish my education, until I finish graduate school. This could be a barrier. If you know that when I'm in school or because of the financial stress I have right now or the financial responsibility I have right now, I don't have the emotional capacity to connect with someone, I don't have the emotional capacity to be responsible for someone, that's different. But if you have this idea that I shouldn't be looking to get married or I shouldn't be open to getting married until I have a degree in my hand, until I'm earning at a certain level, until I've bought a car or saved this much or whatever, this is, again, a modern construct, an unrealistic expectation, and it's essentially you denying yourself this process, possibly to a point where it might not be fruitful for you in the future. Exhaustion from previous relationships, difficulty in making decisions. People with anxiety have the hardest time making big decisions. If you know you have anxiety, and you know this because whether it's social anxiety or test anxiety or performance anxiety, then be honest with yourself. You might not be in the best position to be making this decision alone. You might need the support of friends or family or someone who knows you to be a part of this. And again, as adults, as modern American Muslims, the idea that I'm gonna let my parents decide or I'm gonna trust my sibling to tell me that they think this is a good person feels wrong. But if you know that I have really bad anxiety and I struggle to make choices and stick with those choices and be confident with those choices, you might need that support. Nobody is willing to help me. I don't want to go through any haram means. I'm not willing to talk to non-mahrams on my own. I need somebody involved, but nobody is willing to help me. This is an increasing problem. I would say in the last 5 to 10 years, more and more I see families and parents say, I don't want to be the one blamed if you guys have problems in the future, so I'm not helping you, right? Or I got set up blindly with somebody and I was never happy in my marriage, so I want you to go and meet your own person. Intentions might be good. We might feel like that's the right thing to do, but if you need help and you're not able to find the person on your own or you don't want to be in that position, you gotta find somebody who is willing. And sometimes also in our community, it feels wrong that if my mom's not doing it, it feels like a betrayal to go to my aunt. Or it feels like a betrayal to ask my friend's mom, right? Like they're gonna ask, why isn't your mom doing it? And now I'm just stuck with nobody helping me, right? So being willing to be honest again with yourself and with those around you when you do feel like you need the help. Parents and their adult children's standards not aligning. And in families that have parentified children, where the children have taken roles where they make the decisions in the home, it's very hard then to find somebody that would suit everyone's needs. Ultimately, I stand by the idea that especially in the Muslim community, you do marry the family. But the person who needs to be compatible with them are the two spouses. So I don't like my sister-in-law's, personality, or she and I don't necessarily get along well enough to be good friends. Does not mean I can't respect her as a sister-in-law. Doesn't mean that she might not be a very good wife to my brother, right? And so recognizing that even though I'm 10 years older than my brother and I'm like a second mom to him, does not mean that you also have the authority to say, don't marry this girl because she and I didn't have a good time when we went shopping. And that happens. We trust our siblings, we trust our family, cousins sometimes, whoever it is in that position. I apologize if it sounds like I'm rushing. There's a few more slides I want to make sure we have enough time for, but I'm open to question and answer in the break period as well. But some of the common marriage mistakes that I feel like we see a lot, especially couples early on, not having basic knowledge and skills about choosing a spouse. So either, like I said, any of the slides that we've already covered didn't give enough importance to the lack of attraction, didn't give enough value to how different our families were, that kind of thing. Deciding to marry without a level of knowledge about what does marriage entail. How much effort does it take? Like how normal is it to be stressed out, and how hard the first year of marriage is? Like to go into with that like kind of fairy tale fantasy idea that it's all going to be beautiful is not realistic, and it causes a lot of stress to people. The inability to balance emotion and reason. Things may be illogical to you and perfectly logical to the other person, right? I might be really, sad about something, and my spouse maybe cannot understand why I'm sad. It doesn't make any sense to them. Being able to understand and respect that because we're two different people, we're different genders, Allah created us differently, we're going to see things in different ways. Not considering the opinion of external observers. Not asking what my parents think, not taking their opinion as a valuable thing, or my siblings, my close friends. Other people will see things sometimes that you can't. So it's not that you need to get everyone's opinion, because that's also a problem. But pick the few people in your life that you feel like are a good judge of character, or you feel like are someone that you respect and you want them to have a say in this matter, and then let them have that say. And especially when more than one person has the same concern, that there has to be value there. I can't tell you how often people will say, my brother, my dad, my cousin all said they saw this quality in him, but I didn't see it, so I just thought they were being overprotective. One person, maybe, not three, right? Getting married to get over another relationship, previous traumatic relationship experiences. If you just, your engagement broke off, you were interested in somebody and you liked them, and then you felt betrayed when, they didn't proceed with it. You felt like they were, you feel hurt. That's not the time to enter a new relationship. You need to take some time to give yourself a break. And that can be really hard for your family. Culturally, sometimes parents will feel like, oh, you're hurting right now. This is the best time for you to marry somebody else, just immediately, right? Your iddat ended yesterday. Let's marry someone today. And people will say that, like, I don't want my daughter to suffer. I don't want my son to suffer. He's so sad that he was engaged or he had a nikah. We already did the kitab. We threw away all the pictures. We deleted all the pictures. Just forget that person existed. Let's move on, right? We're human. And everyone grieves differently, responds differently. If it's hard for your family to see you grieving and hurting, then be conscious of that, right? Be respectful of that. But if you know, I'm still hurting and I'm still thinking about this person, I'm still missing this person, I'm still grieving the loss of the life that I had been fantasizing about, this is not the time to start talking to new people. You're not going to be fair to them. You're going to be comparing them to the old relationship. You're much more likely to agree to things just because it feels good to have a distraction. Getting married to run away from home. Men and women both. The idea that if I'm married, I won't need to be here. I can move out. It won't be a big deal. Or if I'm married, then it'll be okay to say I can't be around that much. I can't visit you that often. And I won't need to be around how often my parents are fighting. I won't need to hear how critical my mom is of me or how disappointed my dad is in me. That is not a healthy reason to get married. Those are problems that need to be addressed, but not by involving another person. The tendency to believe that he or she is going to change when we get married. Again, one of the most common things I try to help people understand. What you have right now, assume, is how this person is staying. If they don't pray today, don't assume they're going to start praying tomorrow. If they don't eat halal today, do not assume they're going to start tomorrow, right? You have to be okay with who they are and how they are today. And I realized we weren't right for each other, but it was too late. Unless you already had the nikah and signed it, it's not too late. It's not. And it feels that way, right? Invitations were printed, money was spent, halls were booked, people are already booking their flights, people have already flown in. We already had the henna, the wedding is tonight. As painful as that is, as embarrassing as that may feel, as hard as it is to go through that, I promise you it's easier than going through a divorce. It will 100% be easier than going through a divorce and 1,000% easier than having a miserable and unhappy married life. As hard as that is. If you are seeing red flags, if you're finding out about something, whether we're going to pause things, whether we're going to delay things or cancel them, these are difficult. You're going to get criticized. People are going to resist. You're going to feel attacked. You're going to feel like you're disappointing your parents, your family, the other person's parents, the other person's family. Money will feel wasted. All of that is correct. Still going to be less than being unhappy for decades or going through a divorce. In conclusion, plan to learn and improve your knowledge about mate selection, marriage, and spousal relationships. Gain skills to evaluate emotions and compatibility analysis. The idea that first of all, if you think you're perfect today, right now, right there, that's a red flag. All of us can improve. It doesn't matter how educated you are, how religious you are, how healthy you are, how fit you are, all of us can always improve. To be willing to accept new ideas, to be flexible, to learn new ways is a very healthy and good sign. Pay particular attention to having a harmonious understanding with your spouse regarding social and religious identity. The idea that what I'm expecting from life may feel too conservative to the other person, too orthodox, too fundamentalist. Okay. That doesn't mean I'm wrong for feeling that way, and that doesn't mean they're wrong either. But if you have such a strong difference, that's not going to be easy to bridge. And again, when that difference happens after years of marriage, then there's a shared base to fall back on. Then there's some shared experiences that we can go back to, a foundation that we already built. We're starting from scratch, and we have wildly different definitions of gender roles, the role of a husband versus the role of a wife, different understanding of being religious or being spiritual or being practicing. Then we're starting out making it hard for ourselves. Marriage is hard enough when you don't have those differences. To start with those differences is making it even harder for yourself. Be open to being introduced by a third party. Even if it feels weird, even if it feels old-fashioned, you never know how Allah SWT has chosen for you to meet your, inshallah, future spouse. It may be because you agreed to go to, an ISNA mixer event. It may be because you get dressed up every time you go to Kawa House, or what's around here, Shagaf, whenever you're at Shagaf here, right? It may be because you make an effort to, spend time and get to know your siblings' friends. Like, you don't know how you might get introduced to someone, but be open to it. Take the rational compatibility analysis and emotions into consideration. Assume that we need to know about each other. Don't assume that whatever it is, we'll just figure it out. Make preparations even a year or two in advance of the age you want to get married. Sometimes people have really clear ideas. As soon as I graduate college, I want to get married. Okay, then that process starts now. Whether we're talking about saving money, whether we're talking about even hygiene. If you're like, oh, I'm lazy about taking a shower, that's really not okay once you're married, right? Get into that habit now, that I'm going to take care of myself. I'm going to exercise. I'm going to eat better. I'm going to be more responsible with my chores and household duties, right? I don't need to do my own laundry. My mom will do it. Okay, but you want to get married in a year? You need to know how to do your own laundry. Maybe your spouse will do it for you, husband or wife, maybe not, but you need to know how to take care of yourself. You don't need to be a gourmet chef. Husbands, wives, all of us need to know how to feed ourselves, right? Need to know how to be alone. Sometimes I work with people who've never been alone, even men who grew up in, mashallah, a home with like many siblings, and I always shared a room with somebody. And then I marry my spouse, and we got our own place, and when she's not there, I don't know what to do with myself. I don't know how to sit alone. It's too quiet, or it scares me. I'm not comfortable sleeping alone by myself if my spouse is not here. The other person needs to be here. That can be really hard for the other person, right? And it can feel like a burden. Like, I can't go visit my family. That's not fair, right? Learn how to be alone. Learn how to be around someone. Learn how to share your space. Practice these things ahead of time. And follow your intentions and make a compatibility analysis. You need to make your final decision based on intuition and istikhara. Your final decision should be rated at least mostly yes. Most of us do not feel 100% confident about a person, nor do we need to, but we need to feel mostly confident. And the people around me, the people who matter, also need to feel mostly confident. But if I feel like there's major red flags, I'm 50-50 about this person, or even less than that, or the people in my life who matter, maybe I'm 100, but my family, my siblings, my parents, my friends, nobody else likes this person, I need to take that into consideration. Make dua for guidance, make dua for khair. And as silly as it may sound, or weird, or whatever, premarital counseling, premarital coaching, whatever you want to call it, is not a guarantee that you'll never have a problem in your marriage, because it's the opposite. I can guarantee whoever you marry, you will have problems in your marriage. You will have fights. But inshallah, the purpose is to help you learn to have reasonable expectations, to help you learn to manage discord in a healthy and fair way, to help you learn when and how you invite shaitan into our home, because unfortunately, we often do, and when and how to focus on pleasing Allah, even if it does not please my ego, my pride, my nafs, right? But to recognize the importance of no matter what I'm doing, I need to be pleasing Allah. So even if I'm agreeing to something that I think is unreasonable or wrong, I don't understand why we need to have a white couch. I don't understand why does it matter how many cushions are on the bed, right? You don't need to. It's okay sometimes to just take a step back. Everything doesn't need to make sense to you, but to learn how to balance that with something when, no, this is a deal breaker for me. I'm not okay with this, right? And when and how to have those battles. Inshallah, may Allah make it easy for you. Jazakallah khair for joining me today. So I think we're going to have another break, let's say about like 10 minutes or so, and then we're going to resume. But actually, sorry, I wanted to just check. Are there questions? Anything I can answer? Yes.
First, thanks so much for all the great information.
Inshallah.
It was definitely very valuable. Thank you. So, I have many questions, but I'll allow time for others.
So number one, sometimes the appearances matter. So what I mean by that is, if I don't want to take mashwara from my parents because I know that I don't agree with what they think are good standards, or we have very different opinions, but if I seek out counsel from my uncle or from the sheikh or from someone else, I will offend them, I will hurt them, then doing it for the sake of pleasing them is still going to please Allah, right? And so I'm not going to ever say that if there's someone who is expecting that you would go to them, to decline them just because they have a difference from you, but be mindful of that, right? So some of us come from families where our parents, had different values or different levels of how they practice religion or how they might even be today. With that in mind, whoever you are seeking out counsel from should be someone that you respect and someone who you would strive to be. So someone who is a role model to you. So if you feel like I'm supposed to go to the sheikh, but I don't actually agree with anything the sheikh says, then that's not going to be the right person, right? Or in my family, everybody asks my uncle, and whatever he says is what my cousins do, but I don't have a lot of respect for him. I don't feel like he's a good person, or I don't feel like he has the right values. Then maybe I need to make like a show of it in the sense of like protecting feelings and not causing any fitna in the family. But then I also need to make sure that whoever I actually value, and we know again from the Prophet, the Sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ, it may not always be somebody older. Right? Like there are examples of when he went to Hazrat Ali, who was much younger than him, or even Hazrat Zayd radiallahu anhu, and asked their opinions of something. And they were like teenagers at the time, right? But again, that shows that it's not always the obvious person. It's not always like somebody who's been married for decades, that's the best person to ask. Maybe that's not a marriage that you want to have, right? So that might not be the right person to ask. So it's not necessarily going to be obvious, but you need to choose someone who you admire, who you respect, and whose opinion you value. Mm-hmm.
I have one question.
Oh, okay.
As you know, relocation is the biggest challenge in marriage Islam. So in Islam, who should be willing to relocate, the wife or husband?
I'm not a scholar, so if you're asking from a fiqh perspective, I can't answer that. But as a therapist, I can tell you there is not a right answer about male or female. There's a difference between if somebody's currently in school or somebody's working, or even as a woman, if my income supports my parents and it needs to continue doing that even after marriage, that's something you need to be open about, but then possibly the husband may need to relocate where the wife is. I've worked with many couples where the assumption that the wife would relocate to where the husband is did not end up working out for their marriage. Whether it was because that's not where their risk was written, whether it was because the support she needed during pregnancy or childcare was not able to be had from her in-laws, and so being closer to her own family was healthier for them. But the communication of that is the most important part. We can start out with the traditional assumption that the wife is willing or should be open to relocating to where the husband is. I don't think there's anything problematic about that, but there needs to be communication about those expectations. If it's just a blind assumption, it doesn't matter that you're in the middle of a graduate program, of course you're going to transfer, of course you're going to drop out, or of course you're going to move when you're done. It doesn't matter that you did your internship here or the credits don't transfer, right? Like that's when the problems happen. So if we know there's going to be an expectation of relocation, there needs to be a frank talk about that. And ultimately, along with anything else in marriage, the more you dig your heels in that this has to be this way, the more problematic it's going to be. Because being willing to be flexible and being willing to be respectful to the needs of the family is what is going to please Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Not your decision to stick to something because that's how everyone else did it. My brother's wife moved here, so my wife needs to move here, right? Or if you don't move here, my family will talk about me. I can't move there. It makes me look bad. Those are not healthy reasons, right? None of that is pleasing to Allah. You're trying to please people. You're not trying to please Allah. So your intention also matters. The husband is going to be, inshallah, the head of the family regardless of where they live. I'm not a scholar, so we'd have to ask the sheikh if that's correct or not. I don't know about that one. But what I'm saying is, inshallah, if that works for everybody, that's fine. And especially if he's going to be the only provider, if he's going to be working and paying for everything, then yes, maybe he needs to be where he is and she needs to come. What I'm saying is that should be discussed before marriage. So if she has a problem with that, her family has a problem with that. Let's figure that out before we get married. Don't assume. When we assume that of course she's going to move, that's when the problems happen. So if there's an expectation that we're going to live with the husband's family, live near them, relocate, that's fine. That's absolutely fine. But we need to have a discussion about it. Whatever decision is being made needs to be what's best for the family. So, sorry, you, yes, in the green? Mm-hmm. Yep. So you're talking about like, because I don't want my future family to be the way my parents had their family, would that cause tension in the sense of, therefore, I don't want them to be choosing my spouse? Yeah. Sure. I do understand what you're saying. I don't have a simple answer. The reality is that you need to know in your heart your intention is to please Allah, right? Or your intention is to have a healthy marriage. Or your intention is to, inshallah, try to be better. Is it possible they'll be offended when you say, we're going to skip this event because it's not going to be segregated, or we're not going to join you for this meal, but we'll meet you up at home later because that restaurant is not halal? Yeah, probably, right? They will be. To do it as respectfully as possible. And I feel like that's where most of the problems happen, is that as young people, sometimes we feel like, our parents are wrong, I know better, and so I need to tell them that what you do is haram, and I'm saying it in a very disrespectful, judgmental way. So even though what I'm saying might be correct, I'm still not earning any reward from Allah, right? Because disrespecting your parent is earning you sin. To say it as respectfully and kindly as possible, you still may upset them, but you know in your heart you had no intention of that and you made every effort. Allah will reward you for that. The biggest thing I can tell you is that consistency matters. Because families will say, like, my son said that he wasn't okay with XYZ, but then sometimes he is, sometimes he isn't, right? And sometimes it feels like I'm just tired of always making a fuss, or I feel like there's always an argument, so I just backed away. That's where people are like, okay, clearly this is not that big of a deal to you. Does that make sense? Birthdays is another one I hear that a lot. People will say, like, I grew up celebrating birthdays, but I don't want my kids to celebrate birthdays. And then sometimes it's like, okay, we're here, and my parents told the waiter it's my son's birthday, and there was a big cake and candles, and everyone sang, and I didn't say anything, and I didn't stop it, and now they think it's okay to do that every year, right? Like, the more consistent you are, and the more clear you are, the easier it is for everyone else to, like, get on board with it. But they may never, like it. They may always dislike that you're like this, right? Or they may always feel like you're judging them. That may happen. So make dua for khair, make dua for guidance. When it comes to the parents or anybody older, I would say, like, the gentler you can be, the more respectful you can be, the more likely it is that you're going to earn reward, versus coming off in any harsh or disrespectful way, inshallah. Inshallah, I think so. Yeah. I can send them to Sheikh Ahmed or to Brother Firas. You're not from the local area? I don't know if anybody registered for this? No? Did you guys need to register? Okay. If there isn't an email, like, my email address is on khalilcenter.com. It's Sarah Sayed at khalilcenter.com, SARAHSYED. If you email me and let me know, I can send them to you. Yeah. SARAHSYED at khalilcenter.com. Just say that you were at this talk today and you wanted to get the slides. The sister in the back in the pink, yeah. Wa alaikum assalam. Thank you. Sorry, I need you to speak up a little. Even you're like non-Muslim, or even people who are not from the same culture as you, if you have like a colleague, a friend, a classmate that you have a good relationship with, a friendship with, that person can also give you feedback. So it may not be the same value to you as it would have been if it was your parents or siblings, but if that's not possible, I'm still going to say that seeing somebody in a social setting, having them interact with others, is a valuable source of information outside of just direct one-on-one contact. Because the way somebody treats others, the way somebody treats, the waiters or waitresses at a restaurant, the way somebody behaves in front of strangers, also tells you something about their personality. So it's not ideal, but that is another thing. And then again, I would say going through like the premarital process, whether it's with, like I know Sheikh Ahmed here offers it, we offer it at Khalil Center, there's many organizations that offer it. You're getting another person that way too, right? Somebody else is seeing this person, seeing you guys interact. A lot of people come to premarital once it's a done deal, like we're engaged, or we already had the kitab, or we already booked the halls, like the wedding date planned. But sometimes we get people who are still in the talking phase. I'm getting to know this person, so we wanted to come talk to you to find out if a third person thinks that we're compatible. And a lot of times that is from people who either don't have local family or don't have Muslim family, like they are a revert, or not close to their family, practice very differently. But sometimes it's people who are like, I have all that support, but I just wanted to have somebody else check in. So that is also a resource, inshallah. There was somebody here, yes? Assume is what you get. Like it might change, but don't bank on that. I feel like those are two different discussions. Like what I mean by assume what you have is what you're going to continue with is if somebody is not religious today, don't assume that you will change them. Like people often think, yes, my spouse is lazy about, salah is a big one, right? Like if your salah is precious to you, which it should be, inshallah, and you're marrying somebody who is very relaxed about it, like if I miss it, no big deal. Don't assume that you praying is going to make them pray. Does that make sense? Or don't assume that somebody who doesn't eat halal today, or who drinks today casually, or who smokes today, or is okay with mixed gender relations, is going to stop being okay with it. They may not, right? And sometimes people have genuine intentions, but it doesn't mean it's going to happen right away. It may be years into the marriage before they finally get better with it. So whatever they are today, you're going to have to be okay with is one thing. But the other thing that I was trying to say is that people change over time in terms of maturity, perspective, our preferences. People age, so physical looks may change. All of that is normal. To say that, oh, when we first got married, you never listened to music and now you suddenly started listening to music, yeah, that could happen. Or the other way around. You used to listen and now you don't. But you have gained weight. We've been married 15 years and you've gained weight. Yes, that happens, right? You don't look the same. You don't exercise as much. That happens, right? So like the natural kind of things. But I know there were some more questions. I'm sorry I can't get to everyone, but you are more than welcome to email me and let me know if there's something I can answer for you. But I do want to make sure everyone gets some chance to take a break and stand up and stretch before we start again. So thanks. Assalamu alaikum. Okay, we're going to get started again. So hopefully now everyone is back in the same room. And I know some of you who were just now with Sheikh Ahmed and now you're back here. So the last two parts of today's programming is for everyone, inshallah. MashaAllah, many of you had great questions. Some of them I was able to answer. I apologize, I was not able to get to everyone. But I am very accessible by email. If you email me and I don't respond, please email me again. Sometimes people will say, like, I didn't want to bother you or whatever. I have, unfortunately, a bad habit that I'm working on, that I check work emails outside of work hours. And the problem is sometimes I'll be, like, with my family or out, and I intend to respond, and then I forget about it. So if I don't respond, I will not mind. You will not be bothering me. Please do, check in a couple days if I haven't responded. But I'm very responsive by email, and you can feel free to contact me that way. KhalilCenter.com is our website. All of our staff information is on there. I'm one of, mashallah, several clinicians there. Several of us in Chicago, but also, mashallah, around the country. We have offices in the Bay Area and Southern California, as well as New York and Toronto. And we have clinicians in other states, in Virginia right now, Pennsylvania, and Michigan. So, alhamdulillah, after COVID, the federal guidelines about telehealth and virtual therapy changed. Some insurances do cover it, some don't. But Khalil Center also offers financial assistance. We offer zakat for zakat-eligible clients. We offer discounts based on your income and what you can afford. We really do our best to try and make sure we can work with anybody. So please do reach out. And like I said earlier, regarding premarital, you don't need to be engaged. You don't need to be confirmed. Some people do, probably the majority do, very honestly, but not everyone. Sometimes people reach out when they have just started talking to somebody. If they're trying to decide, like, okay, I met somebody online, or we had 1 or 2 meetings, but I'm not sure, and I want to get somebody else's feedback. So any of that we're very open to, whether it's myself or one of the other clinicians. For premarital, I can tell you, everyone right now, mashallah, at Khalil Center who practices premarital, I trained all of them. So I trained all of them, they all shadowed me. So whatever I'm doing, inshallah, is what they're doing. But every one of us has a little bit different style. Some people are more comfortable talking to a female, some people prefer talking to a male. Sometimes people want somebody from their same cultural or ethnic background. Some of us offer bilingual. So if you want a therapist or a clinician who speaks Arabic, who speaks Urdu, what else do we have? Turkish. I think that's it right now. We've had other languages, but at the moment, those are the other 3 that we have bilingual for. Inshallah, you are welcome to contact us. And I'm just letting you know, because there's always rumors that we're full or we don't take new clients. That changes constantly. So right now, for example, I know I probably, for my personal schedule, don't have availability for a few weeks, but I am adding people to the wait list. But don't be put off by that, because sometimes, you might be on there for only a few days. Sometimes people are on there for a few weeks. Sometimes somebody's been on there, and by the time we notify them that an opening has happened, they've found services somewhere else. So you joined yesterday, and you might get an appointment. So just because there is a wait list, please, I would say, try to go ahead and sign up for that. But at the same time, we also try to do programming in the community. Mashallah, we're grateful that Mecca Center had us out today. And I'm kind of combining today. We have a full curriculum. It's called The Science and Spirituality of Marriage, and that's the workbook available in the back. You can buy the online course. You can buy the $40 workbook, or we also have like a 4-day, or if someone wants a 2-day workshop where a few of us will come and give the training. We have a full premarital curriculum. We also have a curriculum for parents and families of marriageable age adult children. As well as parenting, anger management, lots of different things. So even if it's not necessarily therapy, if you are able to come to one of our talks or seminars, sometimes it can still be really helpful. So just throwing that out there. And in terms of some of the more national conferences, whether it's the Mass ICNA conference, that's probably our biggest one. We were at Turkish Festival a few weeks ago. Inshallah, we'll be at the ISNA conference. So you can often find us in the community as well doing outreach programs. So, but again, you're more than welcome to email me. If it's a question from something I said today, do reference that you met me here today or saw me today so I know what you're talking about. And again, if I don't respond in a couple days, please do feel free to reach out again. Okay, so for the next part, we're going to be talking about understanding healthy communication and effective conflict resolution, and building an intimate connection and emotional bond with your spouse. Sheikh Ahmed did inform me that some of this is also kind of overlapping what he had covered with you in his not one-on-one, but like the smaller breakout sessions. So some of this you might be hearing for the second time. I think that's okay. I think that he will probably talk about it differently from how I will talk about it. But also I think that it is going to get repeated because essentially it's coming from the same place, right? We're getting our information from what's in the Quran, from what's in the Sunnah, from what we know of experience, seeing, the marriages of our elders, seeing our, as clinicians, what I see, even as a sheikh, what he sees in the community, and that's what we're presenting to you. So there are qualities of healthy marriages that are important to kind of like recognize and name. It's not that, again, any one of these is going to protect you from never having a disagreement or problem, but that they help you be aligned with making sure your problems are still happening in a respectful, healthy way that's pleasing to Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Our tests and our trials are written for us. Not getting married, being married to someone else, that's not going to change your, qadr of Allah if you were meant to be having a trial in your life, if you were meant to have fertility problems, if you were meant to have financial problems. If that's written for you, it's going to happen. Who you marry might impact how you handle it or what level or degree of those problems, but ultimately it's going to be how you respond to it. So an extremely important first quality that we try to teach everyone about is having a positive outlook towards marriage and each other. And one of the things that the Prophet ﷺ said is that if anything afflicts you, do not say, if I had done such and such thing, such and such would have happened. But say, Allah decrees, and what He wills, He does. For indeed, the utterance, if I had only done such and such, provides an opening for the intervention of the devil. And I felt like this was such an important hadith to share because in psychology, one of the things that we are taught in my completely secular, un-Islamic, doctorate program was this idea of what if. What if I hadn't married this person? What if I had listened to that person? What if I had done this and that? We understand that psychologically as a creation of anxiety, right? But that's also from shaitan. Shaitan is whispering that to you. Shaitan is like making you forget that this happened because this is what was meant to happen. What if I had married someone else? A different problem would have happened. But if this test in life was written, it was written. And focusing on that distracts you from being able to be level-headed and open-minded about what needs to come next, from having perspective, and from being grateful for the blessings that you do have in your life right now. Having positive language is very important to having a positive environment. Negative language tells the recipient what not to do. It doesn't give any alternatives. It's going to sound like blaming, shaming, judging. It's passive. It's restrictive and reactive. Positive language informs the recipient of what to do, provides the recipient with choices and alternative paths, is helpful, reassuring, supportive, kind, empathic. It promotes affirmative action, it's encouraging, it's proactive, right? The idea that yes, the problem happened, I can defend and tell you why this is not my fault. I can't remember which group we said it to, but earlier we talked about how when you defend against your spouse, you're turning them into your opponent. Right? When you play a sport, when you're playing basketball, you defend against the opponent. You don't defend against your own teammate. And spouses need to be teammates on the same team. And when we defend what happened, when we try to excuse ourselves, we're invalidating the other person's experience, and we're opening the doors wide for conflict. If I messed up, and I said I was going to do something, and it didn't happen, own it. The feeling of I don't want to own it, it's wrong, I shouldn't have to own it, it's not my fault this didn't happen, that's ego, that's pride, that's shaitan. Be humble enough to admit whether or not it was intentional, my spouse is hurt, or my spouse is upset, or my spouse feels disrespected. The fact that I didn't intend it doesn't change that. It still needs to be addressed. Choose to verbalize gratitude. Again, there's a hadith that whoever is not grateful to people is not grateful to Allah. Take a few minutes to even write down times and aspects of your marriage that you're grateful for. And again, this can be out of the box kind of things. Like sometimes people will say, I'm grateful I married somebody who does not, drink coffee as much as I do. So there's always coffee because nobody else is finishing it, right? Or I'm grateful that I married somebody who is more active about our health and cooking and organic eating and things like that than I am. I appreciate it, but I'm not disciplined and organized enough to do it, right? The things that we take for granted, the things that become every day, we stop feeling grateful for them. But it's when you lose that you recognize what a blessing it was. We don't have to lose it to stay grateful for it. In terms of understanding how to effectively communicate, it is very important to understand each other's love languages. So this is a very pop culture term, and I'm going to explain what it means. But the best way I understood it was I had a professor one time talk about if your spouse stays up all night long, pouring their feelings out and writing you the most emotional poem, and then they give it to you with these expectations of how you're going to react. But the poem was written in their native language, and that's Russian. And you can neither speak nor read a word of Russian. That paper is meaningless. Does that make sense? How you're expressing love, how you're showing care, how you're showing consideration, yes, it's going to come with words that we know, but it needs to be said in a way that my spouse can understand. Whether I'm literally translating, whether I'm making sure to use a language that I don't speak, but they speak, right? If it doesn't translate and they don't know, I will be frustrated at the wasted effort. They will be frustrated at not understanding. And men and women speak very different languages. So the 5 love languages are words of affirmation, gifts, acts of service, quality time, and physical touch. Again, this is a modern, pop culture concept, and every one of the 5 love languages also had an example from the hadith and the sunnah of the Prophet ﷺ that I was able to attach to this. None of these are foreign ideas. So don't shy away or pull away from a concept because it seems Western or modern or whatever. That doesn't mean it does not align with our Muslim values and traditions. Giving gifts is a sunnah, right? Being open about your feelings and expressing gratitude. Physical touch, affection, these are all important parts of a Muslim marriage. Your spouse may respond, and most of us do respond, to more than one. Most of us have 1 or 2 primary love languages. It's on you to use those frequently. But even within the same love language, and there's quizzes you can find online. Like if you Google free love language or whatever, you'll find quizzes that you and your spouse can take, or even just you take, to find out what are your primary love languages. Men and women value and recognize quality time differently. And again, one of the examples I had from a couple I worked with many years ago, when they came in, I don't remember why, but I had talked to each of them individually first. And he came and said, we had a great weekend. It was a Monday. I remember that was a Monday appointment. He's like, we had a great weekend. We spent the whole weekend together. My wife and I spent Friday, Saturday, and Sunday all together. And when she came in, she was like, it was awful. I didn't have any time with him this weekend. I'm like, how could that be? Like, those are wildly different. Like, were you with her twin? Like, what just happened? But for him, he was being genuine, and so was she. Friday night, his family came over, and they had a family dinner. Saturday, her cousins had made a plan to go apple picking, and they spent the whole day with her cousins at an apple orchard, and then they all went out to dinner together. Sunday, his sister was visiting from out of town, and they went to, or the sister's kid had a birthday party, something like that, and they had gone to his family event. And in his mind, the whole weekend we spent together. But in her mind, we had no time together, right? Quality time can look different. For some people, we're physically on the same couch, but you're reading a book and I'm watching a show, may feel like very valuable quality time. And if that's how you define it, that can be very fulfilling. Versus you're in your room reading and I'm in the living room watching a show. For some people, quality time means there are no screens, everything's put away, and we have full eye contact and we're engaged with each other, right? So Number one, if your definition is restrictive, then you're not going to be able to meet that need often. So we need to be very honest about sitting on the couch next to each other is nice and all, but that doesn't feel like anything to me. So for me, I'm not going to feel it unless I have your full attention. And if the most you can give me is once a week, then I need to figure out a way of how to be okay with that. Maybe I want quality time on a daily basis, but my need of quality time is so different from my spouse's ability to give it, I don't get it that often. And in those relationships, the more flexible you can be, the easier it's going to be for you. For some people, acts of service are very high. I show my love by doing things for you. And again, I had a couple one time where when they got married, she left for work earlier than he did, and she used to pack her own lunch. And when they got married, she started packing his lunch. And he would take the lunch. But they never talked about it. Or sometimes she would mention, like, oh, I was out of this, so I packed you that. And he's like, oh, yeah, that was good, or thank you for packing. But for her, it was very important that even though when they came to see me, they were in the middle of a very bad argument. And she was like, and he was saying she has shut me out. And she was like, I didn't shut you out. I'm so upset with you, and I still pack your lunch every day. And that was the first time he admitted, I don't want you to pack my lunch. I never took a lunch before we got married. I don't like the fact that you pack my lunch. I eat it because I feel obligated. Like, I get a free meal at the hospital. I don't need this, right? This is not something I value or appreciate. This whole time, she's been making this effort, thinking that it was a way of showing love to him. And it was not how he felt loved. A lot of men are physically affectionate with their love, and their wife may not be feeling that. A lot of women, especially early in a marriage, have a very high value for gifts that may not be there a few years into the marriage. A few years into the marriage, like, you really hurt me and you brought me flowers. I don't care about the flowers. Like, you need to load the dishwasher, right? Like, people change, relationships change, our expectations change. But we need to know how to speak each other's languages. So, recall the story of your marriage frequently. Why did you get married to your spouse? What were the qualities that you appreciated about them? What were the goals that you guys may have discussed? Again, I work, and I think I've said this to everybody at this point, that sometimes I work with couples who knew each other very well before marriage. Sometimes I work with couples who literally just said salam once or twice and got married, right? So it's not that we had to discuss everything before marriage, but even in the first few months or the first year of marriage, that honeymoon period when we are the most patient with each other and we have the most ability to compromise and we have the most beneficial outlook for one another. What were the things back then that I considered positive? What were the moments that happened back then? The idea of an emotional investment. These need to be invested, and you need to be able to withdraw from that account during the bad times. Because we had a fight today doesn't mean nothing good has ever happened. Because you didn't appreciate a gesture doesn't mean you've never shown gratitude for what I offer to our relationship. Sometimes it's harder to access those memories, but we need to make a conscious effort to do that. Touch your spouse frequently. Touching maintains intimacy. Touching is healthy. Touching is important. Again, different for everybody. So whether that's fulfilling the sunnah of feeding each other a bite from your own hands, whether that's holding hands while you're sitting on the couch or just sitting close enough to each other that you're watching your show, you're doing your thing, but we're close enough that our bodies are touching, that's important. Even if there's not necessarily intimacy involved, having physical touch, having physical affection keeps couples bonded. And that's why in Islam, only inside the sanctity of a marriage is it halal. That is exactly why we don't have physical intimacy with somebody, and it's a very big sin to have physical intimacy, even hugging, holding hands, kissing, outside of marriage, because it bonds you. It bonds you in a way that should only be with your spouse, that you share your life with, right? And not with someone else, and that's what shaitan wants, right? He wants you to be bonded to others, so you make poor decisions, and you disrespect your family, and you hurt others, right? That's why that exists in a marriage, but that's also why it's so important in the marriage. And unfortunately, most couples, the longer you're married, the less priority you give to those moments. The less priority you give to, for example, the sunnah of hugging when someone enters the home. If one of the spouses entering, the other person should get up to go greet them, right? And say salam at the door and give them a hug. We may do that in the beginning of a marriage. Most of us are not doing it 5, 10, 15 years into the relationship, right? It feels formal, or it feels artificial, or it feels silly. Like, we have 3 kids. Why am I getting up to go greet you at the door? Because it makes you both feel connected to each other. Because it feels good that somebody's getting up and making that effort for you. Because it's hard to stay mad at somebody who just gave you a really nice hug, right? That's why we should continue giving gifts. Buy gifts for your spouse, big or small. Gifts reinforce that you're thinking about your spouse. The easiest way to do this is when you buy a treat at the grocery store, when you're checking out and nobody asked you to, but you saw something you think your spouse would like. Sometimes you saw something that you liked and you got it for them. Gifts don't have to be momentous. Gifts don't have to be expensive. But gifts are a sign that you were thinking of someone. Not every gift is going to be celebrated, right? The way your spouse might like be super excited about, diamond jewelry, they're not going to have the same response because, they mentioned that the dry erase markers were drying out and you grabbed a new pack. But it does show that I was listening when you were talking. You thought I wasn't paying attention. I was listening. And I remembered that you got happy one time when they were really bright colors, so I made sure to grab a pack with bright colors. Like, those kinds of day-to-day interactions build more positive feeling and regard for each other than big gifts do. Big gifts are often grand gestures and may take months or sometimes years to save up for and plan, but those daily little things that may be very low cost or even free tend to be what prevent our fights from escalating, tend to be what allows us to forgive things, tend to be what allows us to move on easier, and that's what's needed in a healthy marriage. Serve and care for your spouse just as you may serve and care for your children. If you believe your spouse is a good person, no harm comes from spoiling them, from spending time with them. These days, I feel like there is such a big fear, and I say that word literally, fear. People will think I'm controlled by my wife. People will think I'm a subjugated woman if I'm serving my husband. If it makes you happy to serve your spouse, if it's something they appreciate, you do it, number 1, for the sake of pleasing Allah. You do it, number 2, for the sake of your healthy marriage. If people don't like it, if it's weird to them, that's on them. That's not a you problem, right? You know your intention. To some degree, know your audience. Like, if it's going to make it awkward for people. Some of us come from very conservative families where, if I were to go serve my wife a plate of food, my whole family's going to look at me and it's going to be very weird and it's going to make my parents embarrassed. Okay, maybe that's not the place to do it, right? But if I know when I'm in my own house, this is something I like to do, and even if my parents are over or my sibling and my brother and his wife are there, they're going to find it weird. That's okay. Maybe you'll encourage them. Maybe it'll be a conversation piece for them, right? But also, if I'm serving my spouse and it makes them uncomfortable, that's not the right one, right? So then it goes back to love languages. So some people don't like shows of affection in a public way like that. For some people, it's not just don't like it. For some people, it's hurtful. It makes me embarrassed. I don't want to be here. It makes me feel disrespected. And oftentimes, that's where the disconnect happens. I've had couples say, I did this thing that my family thought I was so weird for, and they were making fun of me, and she was mad at me. That's very painful, right? So we got to make sure that the efforts we're making are the ones that our spouse is going to value and appreciate. Not just the ones that I would like done to me, but the ones that they want done to them. Very important factor in a healthy marriage is to not let resentment build. And resentment is one of those poisons that you don't even recognize has started creeping in. Most couples I work with started out with very good intentions. I didn't want to make a fight. Everything was going fine, so I kept quiet. I felt like it'd be wrong to say that this thing bothers me, so I just didn't say anything. But over time, the longer you stay quiet about something, the longer you don't bring up something that's bothering you, hurting you, upsetting you, the harder it becomes to address that thing later, and the more resentment you've built up. And your spouse doesn't even know, right? And when we have a lot of resentment, we're very critical of each other. We look down at each other. It's easy to find something wrong with what your spouse is doing. It's very hard to be open-minded or give benefit of the doubt. That's why it's very important to recognize when resentment is happening. Arguments as a means of growth resulting from rupture and appropriate repair. Arguments are not bad in a marriage. Having disagreements, having arguments, even having a couple days where we're kind of stony with each other, we're keeping it very business, transactional conversation. That's not pleasant. Nobody enjoys that. But that's not bad either. That's part of life. There will be times where you went too far, you said too much, and your spouse needs a couple days to cool off. There will be times where we are, at a standstill. We have a very big disagreement. We can't figure out what our next step is going to be, and we need some space. That's okay. We don't need to be afraid of that, but we need to make sure we don't let it escalate. We need to make sure that we're not hiding our resentment, and we need to make sure that the way we are disagreeing is not disrespectful or toxic. So in terms of resentment reality check, I'm getting these points from what I have seen in couples. So short-term rupture, again, can be functional in serving as a break, but resentment over a long period of time can be very destructive. Resentment leads to decreased conversation, decreased eye contact, increased negativity, increase in distance, emotional, but also physical, right? Like nobody just one overnight starts having separate bedrooms, right? That's a process. Or more and more frequently, we're not making an effort to take the kids back to their room, or we're not making any effort to make sure that I don't fall asleep on the couch. I'm making sure I go up to the room when I fall asleep. Over time, it becomes less and less important, and eventually we are just completely separated that way. Decreased touch, decreased hugs, decreased hand-holding, decreased physical affection, and ultimately decreased intimacy. When couples feel resentment, 83% decrease in their sexual relationship. Couples who can make peace easily have higher marital satisfaction. Peace doesn't mean you forgot what happened. Maybe peace doesn't even necessarily mean you've fully forgiven what happened. Peace means I'm not going to drag this along with me anymore. 2 or 3 days for something very significant, very impactful, very hurtful is reasonable. For the last 6 months, we've barely talked and I don't let him touch me is not okay, right? If something is happening at a level that is taking you more than a few days and no attempts at repair are helping, we need help. We need outside intervention. We need to talk to somebody. We need to talk to a therapist. We need to talk to a scholar. We need to talk to a family member. We need to admit that whatever happened was so big that we don't know how to proceed forward. But unfortunately, what's become normalized in our community is we don't talk about these things. We don't admit them to ourselves, never mind admit them to somebody else. A lot of us come from families and cultures where the idea of getting help is so stigmatized. It means you're crazy. It means something's wrong with you. It means you're sharing our private information. A lot of Muslims misunderstand ghiba, which is a very significant sin, and seeking mashwara, right? The example of seeking counsel existed at the time of the Sahaba, existed at the time of Rasulullah sallallahu alaihi wasallam. It's not a modern, Western, American thing. It always existed. We've lost connection to it. Seeking out counsel from a trusted person in the community, from somebody who has, the expertise or knowledge, and from somebody who is known to keep your information private. All of that is the definition of a therapist, right? By law, we keep things private. We have some training. We have some expertise in our education. But that doesn't need to be a therapist. It could be your sheikh. It could be a friend or family member. It doesn't have to be somebody specific. But seeking out help doesn't mean there's something wrong with you. It means something's wrong. And every relationship sometimes has something wrong. Reducing the frequency of feeling resentment, some tips about that is to try to repair and make peace quickly to prevent resentment from building. This becomes contentious because everyone's definition of quickly is also different, right? Men, most men, not all, most men tend to be ready sooner than most women. Meaning, an argument happened, and maybe an hour or two later, the husband is ready to say, I'm sorry about that, let's be friends again. The wife might need several hours, or she might need a day, or it might need to be more than just saying, I'm sorry. Maybe I need to hear a discussion about why did you yell at me, or why did you call me a bad name, or what made this happen, right? So the amount is different. It's not okay to force somebody out of their hurt faster than they're ready to be out, but it's also not okay to drag that. So when people ask me how long is too long, ideally you give yourself, let's say, an hour or two. If you need more time, you need more time. Everyone is allowed to feel what they feel. Allah created us all differently. But if it's been several hours and your spouse is ready or they're trying and you're not ready, there needs to be some effort now. Because the longer you stay apart, the harder it is to reconcile. Some situations need a discussion, not every situation. Some situations need an apology, not every situation. When your spouse feels like, I'm going to be forced to grovel, I'm going to be forced to admit I was wrong, that's a big part of why they may stay away and not try to reconcile. And again, there's pride and ego. You hurt my feelings, you need to admit you hurt my feelings, you need to show contrition. Maybe I know that I asked you the same question 5 times and you snapped at the 6th time, right? I don't know that an apology is needed in that. Maybe I know that you were fasting today, or you were stuck in traffic for 2 hours, or you had a really hard day and you were short with me. I don't deserve that you were short with me. That's not okay. But we don't need a discussion about this either, right? The day-to-day things that happen are part of life. For us to stop and have a discussion or try to force somebody to apologize for something trivial or small is not healthy. If you use bad language, vulgar language, were disrespectful, you screamed at somebody, you insulted their family, you owe an apology. And very frankly, you need to make tawbah for that too, because that was not pleasing to Allah. But that's different from, yes, I did say that I was going to cook this today, I forgot to buy it. We don't need to have a big discussion or apology about that. Yes, I did say I would throw out the trash, I forgot, I threw it out after you reminded me. I don't need to beg for your forgiveness. Right? That's taking things too far, and that also builds resentment in the marriage. Holding grudges is an indication that you need to work harder on making repairs and more deeply address underlying conflicts. Some of us come from families where we were taught to hold grudges, even as young as early childhood. Sometimes we may not realize that's what we're doing, right? Last time your cousin, took your toy from you, remember, don't take your toys to his house anymore. Last time, that friend was rough with you, don't play with them anymore. We're teaching our kids literally to hold grudges, right? No, I don't want to go to that party. Remember, she was really rude to me 8 years ago. I'm not going to go to her house, right? We come from that environment. It becomes normalized to us. But holding grudges pleases shaitan. Even if you don't feel, so for example, if somebody hurt you, harmed you, it doesn't mean to just trust them again. Maybe you have to have different boundaries. So even if you don't feel like you can be the same with that person, to refuse to be by them, to refuse to acknowledge anything good about them, to be unwilling to have a relationship with them is holding a grudge. It's not healthy. And especially within your marriage, when you're holding a grudge with the person that you share your home with, you share your life with, you share children with, that becomes a very unhealthy and toxic environment. Never reject your partner's attempts to reconcile. This can feel very defeating. As hard as it was to come and say, I'm sorry, let's be okay again, if I just feel like I got slapped in the face, metaphorically, it's going to be 10 times harder next time. You can be honest that I'm not ready. But if your spouse came to you and tried to talk and you're saying, I'm not ready, now you need to go to them. It's not okay to wait for them to come back and try again. Right? And it's okay to say, I appreciate what you're saying, but I need more time. It's not okay to say, get out of here. You may need time before reconciliation, but try to limit the time only to as much as necessary. Plan ahead, work together, and make an agreement about possible ways you might repair and reconcile after an argument. Again, a lot of couples will tell me that feels so artificial. It's like we're making a contract. Okay. I don't argue that. Yes, it feels artificial, but the way you're doing things naturally clearly is not working for you either, right? So let's do something artificial. And again, if I process love, if I process forgiveness, if I process affection differently from my spouse, their attempts at coming to me might not even be recognized, never mind appreciated. So if I'm giving my spouse a list, if you hurt me or you upset me and you want to show me that you're sorry, here are 10 things, pick one out of this list. Right? That again, people will say that's so fake, that's so whatever. Let it be. We don't need to argue that. But if they're naturally trying to do something, the effort, the focus needs to be on the fact that they're trying. Right? If I had to give him a list, then that's not even coming from him. The fact that he's looking at the list, the fact that he's picking something on the list, that's the effort. Right? If you had to tell her, these are the things to do, these are the things to say, the fact that she's willing to do them, that's what you need to focus on, not the fact that you had to give a list. both for married and unmarried. Sheikh Ahmed wanted to talk about safeguarding intimacy, and I do agree, because I feel like whether or not you're married, we don't give enough importance to this aspect of a relationship. Intimacy is not like an afterthought. Having an intimate connection with your spouse is a major part of a healthy relationship. It is going to ebb and flow. The level of how affectionate you were, how often you were intimate, how much time you had for each other is not going to be the same at year 1 as it will be at year 5 or year 10. And sometimes it goes, very often actually, goes back up. When you have kids, those are the hardest years for the marriage. Those are the years where spouses feel the most disconnected and the least affectionate and intimate with one another. The older the kids get, the less physically dependent they are on you, meaning like they can feed themselves, they can go to the bathroom by themselves, they can fall asleep by themselves. So usually around age 4 or 5, when the youngest kids hit around age 4 or 5, is when the ability to connect is easier again. Unfortunately, for a lot of couples, we're out of habit, we're out of practice, we fought so much during that difficult time, we don't care anymore, right? But it's a need that Allah created in us. Men and women have a need to be intimate, to be connected. And not fulfilling that need hurts us. Individually, it hurts us. It opens us up to sin. It opens us up to, unfortunately, it's very, very, very easily accessible to view pornography, to commit zina of the eyes, of the body, to fantasize, and all of that is pleasing to shaitan. But also, it disconnects us from each other. Physiologically, skin-to-skin contact with your spouse bonds you, which again is why this is only in Islam jaiz in a halal marriage. When you have contact with a non-mahram, when you have contact with someone that you are not married to, you are going to bond with them, whether or not you intend to. Whether or not you thought it was a harmless friendship, or me and my cousin are just close friends, like you're going to get bonded if you spend alone time with someone, if you are casual about hugging or kissing or holding hands and things like that, it's going to bond you. And it needs to bond you to your spouse. When you keep yourself from that, you're not only hurting yourself, you're hurting the marriage. Intimacy is a hallmark of a healthy relationship. It creates a shared sense of safety, trust, and understanding. Emotional and physical intimacy are strongly linked. Alhamdulillah, as Muslims, it's also a means of gaining reward. It gauges the health of the relationship. Intimacy is an expression of love and closeness. So again, holding hands, kissing, physical intimacy looks different for different people, but serves as a protective factor against marital distress. Healthy communication is key to healthy intimacy. Husbands and wives, men and women, have different needs at different times, sometimes at different times of day, sometimes at different situations. Sometimes people want physical comfort. If I'm sad, if I'm not feeling well, if I'm lonely, I might want my spouse to give me a hug or sit next to me. Sometimes we don't. Sometimes I had a disagreement with somebody, my sister and I, had a big fight, or my mom is really mad at me, and I need space. I don't want physical comfort. There's no way to know that unless we discuss it and we're honest with each other. We have to be willing to share that that's something that for me, I need to be in the headspace for. I'm not interested right now. But at the same time, it's not okay to reject somebody's effort. So if your spouse is trying to give you a hug and you're like, that's the opposite of what I need, be appreciative. Thank you. I understand that you're trying to help me feel better, but honestly, it would be better for me if I could just have a little time on my own, right? When we feel personally offended by that, unfortunately, again, that's from shaitan. It makes you feel rejected, and if you're harsh or rude or mean in the way you say that, you are being rejecting. There's many layers of intimacy, intellectual sharing, knowledge and ideas, having conversations. And again, when your kids are little, if you have children, the first few years of their lives, you have the least headspace and bandwidth for conversation, but it's still needed. And that's when sometimes we have to schedule that. Even if it means we have to hire a sitter or drop the kids off at grandma's house, or make efforts like we stay up late. I'm exhausted, I want to go to bed when they go to bed, but once a week we both stay up late and we have dinner, just the two of us. Or once a week we get up early and we stay up after Fajr and we share a cup of tea together. So at least on some level, we're still having conversation. Because otherwise, it turns into very transactional. Was this bill paid? Yes, it was. Did you pick him up? Yes, I did. Did you drop this off? Yes, right? And that's it. And it becomes easy to get into the habit of that's the only conversation we're having. Emotionally sharing pain and joy builds vulnerability. Being vulnerable in front of your spouse builds closeness and trust. You can't be vulnerable with somebody that you don't trust and you don't feel safe with. But if you're not going to share your fear, you're not going to share your failures and disappointments, then you're also not allowing yourself to be vulnerable with someone. Physically, so all forms of non-sexual touch, holding hands, sitting close to each other, but doing tasks together. It's not romantic, but folding laundry together, right? Going to exercise together, taking walks together, right? Like doing dishes together. Any of that allows us to be in physical proximity, and those are tasks that we can maybe do mindlessly and allows us to be connected. Spiritual intimacy is also important. Exploring meaning, purpose, and goals, discussing and sharing with each other, like watching lectures together. Alhamdulillah, again, we live at a time where, mashallah, and this community, anybody I would say in Chicagoland, mashallah, we're very blessed that we have a lot of our masajid are very active, and we have amazing scholars and speakers. Like, date night doesn't have to be a movie. Date night doesn't have to be we go to a fancy restaurant, right? It could be that we got a babysitter or we found childcare and we attended the same lecture, and then we talked about how that was. We talked about our opinions of it. We talked about what we learned. That's a way of spiritual connection. Praying salah together, even if it's not possible 5 times a day. Is it possible once a day? Is it possible a few times a week? Whether or not you're praying to make dua together or reminding each other, like, hey, once a week, let's sit together. We are doing our own things. We're on different juz, but we're going to take 15 minutes and read Quran together. Holding each other accountable, like, oh, this week you didn't read Quran. Let's do it now, right? Those are ways of building spiritual intimacy. And I've had spouses who through the course of it, like one of the most telling, or most significant for me was during the course of several months of therapy, during one of these vulnerable moments, he admitted that he felt really ashamed that he was not good at reading Quran, that he had never learned properly with a teacher. He had learned through family members, and she had much better tajweed, and she pronounced so beautifully, and it made him feel ashamed that he wasn't a good reciter, and she had no idea he felt that way. She had no idea. But when they started sharing and sitting together to read Quran, he admitted, I almost always only read the translation. Even in my head, I don't read the actual Arabic because I'm so bad at it, right? That vulnerability and how supportive she was and how comforting she was and how much she appreciated it significantly built the trust in their marriage. And it was interesting because he said, I never imagined I would ever share that. I was so embarrassed by it. I don't even think about it, right? But mashallah, like spending time together naturally allowed that conversation to come out. Spending quality time together, however you define that. And again, men and women may define this differently. So for your wife, if it needs to be that we're on the couch and there's no phones out, we make an effort on a regular basis to spend quality time that way. For your husband, if it needs to be that we're just in proximity of each other and that's good enough, then we make an effort for that one. And when we say intimacy, most of the time people are assuming we mean sexual. That needs to be a regular part of any healthy marriage. The longer we stay apart, the harder it is to get back together. For many couples, again, it's going to sound, I don't mean to be a broken record, but people always say that's so fake, that's so fake. Sometimes you have to be on a schedule. Sometimes we have to put it on the calendar and even send reminders to each other, right? That every Wednesday night, we're going to be intimate. You're mentally prepared for it. You made sure you showered, doing whatever you have to do. It's okay. It may not be as fulfilling as it used to be when it was organic and spontaneous, but it keeps you connected. It prioritizes the marriage. It makes you make time for each other. And ultimately, every act of affection, every time you're intimate with your spouse, every time you are showing kindness or compassion earns you reward. So even if it wasn't like the most ideal situation, the fact that you prioritize it and the fact that you make sure we don't lose that connection is going to always earn you reward from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala. Healthy intimacy, inshallah, has a deep emotional connection in which there's safety and comfort in talking about your dreams, your fears, and goals. Does that mean it's not going to be awkward? No. Sometimes it is awkward. Your spouse may not understand, why is this a goal of yours? Your spouse may not appreciate that this is a dream that you want one day. It may be in conflict with their goals for themselves. But in a healthy relationship, it's not that we need to see eye to eye on everything, it's that we need to be respectful of each other. You and I can have different goals. Your spouse may have a goal to retire early. The other person may not, right? But we're talking about it, we're discussing it, we're understanding why is this important to one another. So one person may have a goal of going to Hajj, within the first 5 years of marriage. The other person may not. It doesn't make one goal right versus wrong, but we need to be respectful of each other's goals. And we need to be understanding of what makes this something that you desire. Is there a way that I can support this? What would that mean to you if I was supportive of this, right? Care, concern for, and responsiveness to the needs of your partner is also intimacy. Nurturing non-sexual physical connection and touch, giving a hug, holding hands, right? Sitting close to each other. Consistent and mutually fulfilling sexual relationship, and mutual willingness to consider sexual intimacy as a service and sadaqah. Ideally, both people are in the mood, both people have a positive experience, both people enjoy it, wonderful. Sometimes one may not. For one, it may be an act of duty versus an act of emotional connection. That's a reality. It's a very unromantic reality, but it is a reality, right? Stress affects men and women differently. Physical health issues affect you differently. Some medications could affect you differently. If you're unable to be intimate with your spouse, you need to resolve that. That's not okay to leave alone. I work with couples every year who will admit that it's been several months into the marriage. I think the longest I ever worked with was a couple that admitted it had been 3 years and they had never consummated. They were affectionate, they cared for each other, but it was such an overwhelming problem at that point, they didn't know how to get help, they didn't know what to do about it, and it just built and built and built. And to me, that's not any different from any other medical issue, because at that point, it is a medical issue. Whether it's for the husband or the wife, at that point, it's a medical issue. You need to speak to a medical physician. You might need medication, you might need an exam or have a procedure performed, you might need therapy, physical therapy, you might need psychotherapy, but we need an intervention. And every single time, the person who felt like they were the issue or they had the problem will try to overcompensate in other ways, not speak up about, it's okay that you're asking me to do this task, or I'm going to try to, forgive everything that happens because there's this big thing that I'm not doing for you. And the other person believes very genuinely that I'm being patient, I'm being compassionate, I'm not forcing anybody to do anything against their will. Neither of those is healthy. We need to be compassionate. Several months into the marriage, that's not compassion anymore, right? That's not helping anybody. Several years into the marriage, now we're damaging the relationship. So that's why I'm just being very open about that is something that happens. It's awkward, it's difficult, it's embarrassing. You do not need to tell your friends and family. You should not tell. The private relationship between husband and wife, anything that happens in the bedroom is haram to share, unless you need help. And help is not your mom or your auntie or your grandmother, right? Help is a scholar, help is a therapist, help is a physician. Somebody who can actually do something about this problem, not just commiserate with you or be shocked, right? So whichever end you're on about that problem, whether it's the husband who can't or the wife who can't, it happens both ways, but there needs to be help, and it needs to be from a professional source that can help you and guide you, inshallah. But you have to be able to have healthy intimacy in a marriage. Both spouses have a haqq from Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala to be fulfilled sexually in a marriage. It's not a one-way thing, but we're not always going to crave it, desire it at the same time or in the same way. And that's also okay. So there's an earlier slide about, sometimes a double standard exists. Yeah, sometimes it does. Because if your wife needs to be in the headspace and things need to be set up and the day needs to go easier and the chores got done quickly, that's the only way that she can be in that headspace, and the husband needs like a minute notice, then those are very different needs, right? The time of day sometimes matters. The situation matters. Not everybody is comfortable being intimate, for example, if we're visiting somebody else's home, right? Or if there's something going on, or maybe sometimes there's something happening where I'm not comfortable. It's not necessarily like harmful for me, but I'm not comfortable because I'm having a problem with something, or cosmetically or medically or whatever. We need to be able to have healthy conversations about this, but your spouse's needs have to be respected. It is sinful to deny your spouse their need for intimacy without a valid Sharia reason. And there are only a very small handful of valid Sharia reasons to deny your spouse, right? So with fard fasting, if your spouse is craving intimacy and you're fasting for Ramadan, it is haram to break your fast. So there's no call on you to break your fast, right? If your wife is during her monthly cycle or postpartum bleeding, it is haram to have intimacy. If being physically intimate and having intercourse is going to cause physical pain or damage you in some way, if you have a broken pelvis, you have a fractured leg, you just had surgery, it is not haram then at that point to decline your spouse. But in other contexts, it's not convenient for me, I'm tired, I'm not in the mood, I'm annoyed with you, I want you to know I'm annoyed with you. None of those are valid Sharia reasons. And if your spouse is frustrated with you, or God forbid they commit sin because of this, there will be sin on you too. It is very important to have healthy intimacy. Does not mean that it's always going to be equal. It may look very different, but both people have a right to have their needs met and to feel fulfilled. Differences in libido is very normal. Men and women have very different libidos at different ages. Sometimes for a woman, the time of the month where she is on her cycle may affect it. Time of life may affect it, perimenopausal versus post. Physical health can very much affect it. The idea that when you're older, you no longer have a libido is false. Men and women both can continue to have a libido and have a need in their 60s, 70s, 80s. What is more common is because of physical health problems, diabetes, arthritis, chronic pain, and the medication for these things, those may lower our libido, or those may lower our the pleasure that we get from it, or the craving for that connection. But in two healthy adults, you may have a healthy libido and a healthy sexual drive even into your 70s and 80s. So the idea that we're older, we shouldn't want it anymore, or we don't need it anymore is false. Allah did not create our bodies that way. Intimacy may not be a priority for somebody who has a lower drive. These individuals can feel fulfilled in a relationship without frequent sex, but people with a higher drive can feel very unfulfilled without more frequent intimacy. So people ask, how do we balance that? Being unfulfilled or feeling disregarded leads to problems in the marriage, leads to making you vulnerable to shaitan and vulnerable to sin. So if one person is feeling unfulfilled, that level is what needs to be prioritized. The other person may not need that level, but they still need to respect the needs of their spouse. There are differences in drive, so consider the needs of your partner, explore degrees of intimacy, nurture non-sexual intimacy, develop a service-oriented approach, meaning even if I don't need intimacy and my spouse does, what are ways that I can fulfill my spouse's needs? Consider life circumstances. Be willing to be patient. Be willing to have compassion. If you know your spouse has not slept in 3 days, the kids have been sick, and they were up with them the whole time, or your spouse is extremely stressed at work right now, they haven't been feeling well, they're recovering from being sick, those are realities that we need to consider. And being merciful to each other, again, is going to please Allah. You have a right to demand intimacy, absolutely. But if you are forgiving, if you are merciful, if you are compassionate, if you are patient with your spouse, that is also going to earn you reward. Remember that the relationship has reciprocal connection to the emotional, physical has a connection to the emotional one. Both need to be nurtured. You can't have a healthy physical relationship if there is not a healthy emotional relationship. Maintain a positive attitude towards your sexual relationship. If you're looking at it as a chore, if you're looking at it as a duty or obligation, people will say, I never said it, I never did anything, but your spouse will know. Your spouse will know, your spouse will feel hurt, and eventually will feel more and more disconnected. Mutual desire and willingness are fundamental to be able to have an enjoyable and pleasurable sexual life. Develop all the facets of intimacy in your relationship. Again, more than one. So spiritual, emotional, the physical connection is very important, but the other ones are also very important. Remember that men and women have different approaches. Men and women have different drives. People's drives and libido change in age, change because of health, change because of stress, change because of circumstances. It's very rare when both people are on the same page. And that's also a very unromantic reality, but it is a reality. Seek a diagnosis and treatment for dysfunction. Not being able to consummate your marriage, not being able to have intercourse, not being able to perform. Those are not things that you just learn to be patient and live with. Alhamdulillah, we live in a time where there are treatments for all of this. And even when there didn't used to be, we still needed to reach out, because if we don't do something about it, the vulnerability for shaitan to take advantage of us and push us towards sin still existed. So feeling disconnected from your spouse has lowered my libido. I don't really crave intimacy anymore, or the baby's still nursing every 3 hours. I'm not getting enough sleep. So when I'm in the bedroom, all I want to do is sleep. Like, those are realities. For every couple, it's not always, nighttime is not always the best time. For sometimes it's morning, sometimes it's afternoon, sometimes it's after the kids go to school. Like, every couple is different. So make sure that you are discussing this with your partner and that you are on the same page about it. Don't ignore the disconnect. A couple days or like a dry spell being a couple weeks, that's not healthy, it's not okay, but it happens. But a couple weeks will turn into a couple months and turn into a couple years before you know it. I work with couples all the time who will say, it's been 2 years that we haven't been intimate. It's been 3 years we haven't been intimate. We love each other. We're happy to be married to each other. It's not that we hate each other or that we have problems with each other, but we have no desire for each other. Because again, the longer you go without it, the less your body craves it and needs it. So again, mashallah, it's good to be patient. It's good to have that compassion, but to a degree. Because if you're going weeks without it, already that's a red flag. 3-4 weeks is a long time. Not every couple maintains, multiple times a week. Might only be once a week or maybe once or twice a month. But there needs to be a regularity to it, and if you are not able to achieve that, you need to start scheduling that. Reach an agreement on ways to accept or decline desires. So many couples will talk about when my spouse said, no, thank you, I don't want to, I'm not in the mood, even in the politest way, the hurt they felt, the rejection they felt, kept them from wanting to approach again, or made them feel embarrassed, made them feel hurt, and they just stopped at all, completely. Right? Find ways, even if it's code words, even if it sounds silly, to do it where there isn't going to be that aspect of I'm rejecting you, right? Maybe I'm not in the mood for this, and maybe I'm okay with that. But if it's being said in a way that makes me feel that you're rejecting me, that's going to cause a bigger problem. Changes in your routine are very normal. Again, in the earlier stages of marriage, being intimate multiple times a week is very normal. Being intimate more often when we're on vacation, when we're in a relaxed environment, are very normal. But the older we get, the more stress we have, the more responsibility we have, it absolutely can affect the relationship. It can affect that desire. It doesn't mean we love each other less. It doesn't have to mean that we enjoy each other less. It doesn't have to mean that this is less important to us. But if you're feeling unfulfilled, if you're feeling rejected, and you're not speaking up about it, it's going to cause fights, it's going to cause resentment, and that's going to get carried more and more and more frequently into the bedroom. Destructive cycle of a lot of couples is that there's ugly fighting. The fighting is not happening in a respectful way. The fighting is getting toxic, and what I mean by that is that we're using bad language, we're using vulgar language, we're insulting each other, we're insulting each other's families. Resentment is building. Even though you apologized, you admitted you shouldn't have done that, how dare you say that about my dad? How dare you bring this thing up that was so hard for me, and you're throwing it in my face now, right? Now, I don't want to be close to you. I don't want to hug you. I don't want to sleep in the same bed with you. I'm going to come to bed after you fall asleep. I'm going to face the other way. I'm going to keep the distance there. Once that starts, it's very hard to break out of. So if my spouse has apologized and we're trying to be okay, we need to also be okay in the bedroom. If I'm feeling unsafe with my spouse, if I'm feeling harm from my spouse, if I'm feeling like the way my spouse is intimate with me hurts me, physically or emotionally hurts me, it humiliates me, upsets me, we need to talk about that. Staying quiet about that is just going to make you distance yourself more. Again, assume good of one another, assume that's not intentional, but if you're telling your spouse that this doesn't work for me, or I'm not comfortable with that, and you're not offering any suggestions, then they're not necessarily going to know what to do with that information. And that can be very awkward for a lot of people. It can be very embarrassing to talk about sometimes, even with your spouse of many years. But unless you're going to openly discuss that, the idea that they should just figure it out is not reasonable. Aspects of a shared life build that emotional connection. So, for example, relationship with each other's in-laws, attitudes about sexual relationship, finances, earning, spending, saving. Do we define these things the same way? Do we look at these things the same way? Do we prioritize these things the same way? How do we spend our leisure time? What do we consider recreation and entertainment? What do we consider the roles and responsibilities between the spouses? How do we perceive child rearing? What are the things that are important to us in raising our children? To assume that the person I married is always going to be on the same page with me, again, very unrealistic. But the person I marry needs to be respectful of the page I'm on, and I need to find a way to get close to the page they're on. That's what makes the marriage healthy. When it comes to in-laws, two individuals from different families are going to have different interpretations and perceptions of things. Each person is more likely to be inclined to the value of their parents. We've discussed how that's not always true. Sometimes we very much can differ from our families of origin. But oftentimes, how we were raised, what we were raised with, is what feels normal. And it may take time to learn better ways, right? So one of the most common things I see is families who brushed everything under the rug. When they have a child that marries somebody from a family who talks about everything, those are very hard differences to bridge. If I did not grow up that we have a fight, we had a disagreement, and then we come back and apologize, or we come back and we talk about it, doing that not only may be hard, it may feel painful, it may feel hurtful, it may feel like we're continuing a fight instead of dropping it, right? So it's not okay to be all this or all that. Logically, I may be able to say, yes, it is healthier to talk about the problem, but I don't know how to talk about a problem, and I can't snap my fingers and learn how to do it today. It may be months, it may be years before I learn how to do that. Or my need to discuss it might be very different from your need, right? It's not that we have to be on the same page, we have to be willing to respect the differences. Most often, tensions between mother-in-law and daughter-in-law stereotypically are like assumed, and people sometimes overemphasize that. What do I see more often in my work are relationships with other in-laws as problematic. So father-in-law and daughter-in-law, right? Or son-in-law and mother-in-law. Or like the spouse not getting along with the other person's siblings. It doesn't necessarily have to be the stereotypical thing, but relationships with in-laws are very important and need to be balanced, especially in the Muslim community. I just said this before too. You marry the person, you also marry their family. The relationship with them is going to be different. We don't have a fard to our in-laws like we do to our own parents, but the respect you show your spouse's family, the respect and kindness and compassion and friendliness that you show them is a reflection of your relationship with your spouse. Best case scenario, sometimes, mashallah, people have their own friendships with their in-laws unrelated to their spouse. Over years, sometimes you develop a relationship with your mother-in-law or father-in-law or your spouse's siblings. And sometimes people will say, like, my spouse isn't even close to this cousin, but she and I became really good friends, or his cousin's wife and I have become really close. Like, that can happen naturally, mashallah. And that's great. Worst case scenario, you have a very respectful and polite relationship with them. That's still a good place to be. That's still 10 times better than fighting or having problems or being miserable or disrespectful. And sometimes people feel like that's a failure, right? My daughter-in-law and I are not friends. She's very polite and respectful, but she doesn't want to spend time with me. She doesn't come over. That can be hurtful. That can be disappointing, absolutely. It's still better than we don't get along, right? So if there's a goal or there's an expectation that okay is only that we're best friends, or that she's going to be just like my daughter, he's going to be just like my son or my brother, you're setting yourself up. If it naturally happens, wonderful. If it doesn't happen, if we don't have anything in common, and we're still always respectful, that's a good place to be. That's not a bad place to be. That's not a failure. Having boundaries between relationships and having boundaries between yourself and your spouse's family is very hard for most of us. Most Muslims did not come from families or backgrounds where boundaries existed. people call us and tell us they're coming over. There's no such thing as telling them, sorry, this is not a good time, right? People expect that, hey, we're coming and we're bringing this many people and you need to cook XYZ, and it was done. My mom never said no to her mother-in-law. How could I do that, right? There was an expectation that my dad was going to pay for things for my mom's siblings. How can I say no to that? If it worked for them or didn't work for them, that's not on you. If it works for you and you're okay with it, wonderful. If it's not working for you, if it's making you frustrated, if it's making you want to avoid your in-laws, if it's making you argue with your spouse, that's not working, right? Your family does not need to know everything about your relationship. And people, mashallah, understand this when it comes to intimate information, but sometimes people are private about things that you may not be private about. Like, so for example, like your husband may not be comfortable with your family knowing that he got a promotion at work. You might feel like, why wouldn't you? But maybe he's not ready for people to know that. Maybe he's still feeling insecure about it. I don't know. But nobody needs to know everything. The idea that if I don't share, I'm keeping secrets isn't healthy. Between husband and wife, whatever is being shared outside of the home, the husband and wife both need to be okay with it. So share good things about your spouse, but even that needs to be things that they're comfortable that you're sharing. Some people are not comfortable for their in-laws knowing that they're not well. Like that, sometimes people don't want, your spouse's parents to know that you're sick, you have the flu, or you have a stomach bug. Like some things are, I don't know, people feel differently about different things. So the fact that I wouldn't care, I don't mind if your mom knows I have food poisoning and I've had diarrhea for 2 days. That's not a big deal. Okay, that's fine for you. If it's not okay for your spouse, it's not, right? Your marriage is a creation of new norms. How you did things in your parents' home, what their marriage looked like may not look anything like your marriage, and that's okay. Build it together, but both of you need to be mutually consenting and have that willingness to compromise. Parents should adopt a supportive but hands-off approach. If your adult children are asking for your help, that's one thing. You're offering it, even then to some degree, that doesn't mean it's wrong, but them deciding not to take it, them not wanting to take it, them feeling it doesn't apply, is not disrespectful. It's not them, refusing you or rejecting you. And oftentimes couples will say, like, my parents want to loan us money and they don't understand why we're downsizing and why we're selling our house. And to them, the easy solution is just to take the money, and that's not okay with everybody. If your spouse is uncomfortable with that, if you're uncomfortable with that, your parents, mashallah, may Allah reward their generosity, maybe that's not an option for you. That's okay. It's okay to respectfully disappoint parents and in-laws. It's not okay to break ties. It is a very major sin to break ties. Your ties are with your blood. If you and a member of your spouse's family have had such bad rapport and have had such damaging fights that you can't be in their presence anymore, that can't extend to your spouse. If I can't be around your sister anymore, it's not okay that you can no longer talk to her or see her either, right? That might change their relationship, but that's between them. If I'm not okay, if I'm not comfortable, if I don't feel safe being around somebody, then I need to protect my well-being, and I need to make sure my spouse understands why I'm making this decision. I need to make sure that we try to find a way that's mutually agreeable. Maybe I won't go only to someone's house, but I will go to a larger event. I'll come to like a family wedding, but I won't go to a family dinner, whatever that may look like. But that's your choice. It's not okay to say, your sister was rude to me, she's dead to me, and she's dead to you. You don't talk to her anymore, you don't call her anymore. That's haram. It's haram for your spouse to do it. It's haram for you to put them in that position. If you need to protect yourself, that's on you. Have realistic expectations. Again, the idea that, people say, mashallah, with such good intentions and so much love, this is not my daughter, this is not my daughter-in-law, this is my daughter. This is not going to be my son-in-law, this is going to be my son. In-law is not a bad word. We don't need to make it into a bad word. It's not an insult. It's not an attack. It's okay. Your daughter that you gave birth to, that you raised, is bonded to you in a way that a woman who grew up in a different home with different parents and different expectations will never be bonded to. Your son that you raised and you nurtured and you taught is never going to have that same bond with someone that he met as an adult. The feeling that if my child is loving and respectful to another parent, that means I'm losing something, comes from our own insecurity, comes from our own vulnerability, and ultimately is beloved to shaitan. You can have adult children who have healthy relationships with their in-laws. It does not affect their relationship with their parents. Our heart, mashallah, is capable of lots of love in different capacities. But to expect that because I talk to my daughter this way, it's okay to talk to my daughter-in-law this way, that's not true. I give this responsibility to my son, so I'm going to give the same responsibility to my son-in-law. That's not going to apply, right? These are different relationships that need to be treated differently. In Muslim marriages, right now, the number one cause of that people will say for discord in their relationship, a cause of problems, is in-law relationships. Number two is finances. Nationally, the number one reason given for divorce in the United States is finances. A lot of people think it's infidelity. That doesn't even make the top 5. It's finances. So financial instability, lack of financial understanding, husband and wife not being on the same page when it comes to money and not being respectful of each other's, whether it's income or how we're saving money or spending money, is a very important factor in having a healthy relationship. There's no one right answer on what works for everyone, but whatever is happening needs to be okay for your family. So people will say, well, isn't it wrong to do it this way, or isn't it right to do it that way? I can tell you from like my expertise and my experience, but I can't tell you what's best for your family. You have to figure that out. For most of us growing up, what role did money play in our home is going to impact how we feel about it in the future. Some people grew up financially comfortable. Some people grew up struggling. So even though today I have a very healthy income, I only know how to buy things on sale. Or I only know to be very frugal, and that's what feels comfortable and safe. I may have lots of money. It's not me being miserly, but it feels wrong to spend that money because I never grew up with that safety net. And you, my spouse, maybe grew up with a safety net. Maybe birth order or how old their parents were or immigration status. A lot of these things affect like our financial understanding. So what is something your partner may not know about you and money? What do you appreciate about your spouse's relationship with money? What's an area of improvement when it comes to money? What about for you and for your spouse? What's a step you and your spouse can take that would make you feel good when it comes to finances? Talking about money is, unfortunately, when I'm talking to premarital couples, usually either not even on the list or very low on the list, right? But it's very, very important. People's definition of, splurging can be wildly different. And I've worked with couples, and like the wife would say, I told him before we got married, like every now and then I like to splurge. And he was like, yeah, I thought that meant like $50 or $100. Or for her, splurging is like a few thousand, right? That's very different. For some people, self-care, routine, so if it's like, I only will get a haircut from this specific person, it doesn't matter, it's a $400 or $500 haircut, I treat myself to that every couple months, is part of how I take care of myself. And I account for that, I put money aside for that, I don't ever do it on a credit card, and it's part of what's okay for me. And the spouse is like, why would you get a $500 haircut? Like, I'll cut your hair for free, right? And that was very reasonable to her, maybe it's not to him, right? Some people have very different feelings about giving money to family and helping family members out. Some people grew up seeing that because, my dad's brother gave us money, we were able to get out of debt, or because my mother's family helped us, we were able to move forward. I want to be able to do that for my siblings. And maybe the spouse didn't come from that, right? Or vice versa. So to have these conversations and understanding is very important. We know that a man's spending on his family is a deed of charity. We know that Islamically, only a husband is financially responsible for finances in the home. Most Muslim American couples tend to have dual earners, tend to have both couples contributing, both members of the couple contributing. But again, every couple could look differently. Some people live off of the joint income. Some people live off of one income and use the other to pay off debt, use the other to save for retirement, use the other to save for Hajj, use the other for save, whatever, right? How we divide things, there's no perfect formula. It has to work for you. So people will say, well, I wanted to do this, but that's not what my parents did, so I thought it was wrong. If you and your spouse are comfortable with it, then it's fine. It is not okay for the husband to demand the wife to pay for the upkeep of the life or the home or the children. But if a wife wants to, if a wife chooses to, she can. It is not haram to take from your wife's income. It's haram to demand it. There's a big difference there. If you feel obligated to contribute because your husband insults you if you don't, gets mad at you if you don't, that's problematic. If you feel bad as a person, my husband never asks me for money, never tells me I need to help with anything, but if I don't help, I feel bad, then that's you choosing to contribute. The idea that because the husband is responsible does not equal, therefore he owes me the quality of life I want. A husband being financially responsible is only responsible to the limit that his wealth will allow for. So if the husband does not earn at a level that you can have this house you want, but if you were to contribute your income or your savings and you would be able to have that house, by all means. But to hold it against him, that I'm not going to pay any money, but you need to buy this house in this neighborhood with this many bedrooms and everything, and if you don't, you're wrong, that's unfair, right? And that's not what that means. So if the two are working together, absolutely they can. But you can't demand that it be at the level that you want. Having children can highlight problems that already exist in marriage. The idea that having children, fixes a problematic marriage or helps a marriage is completely false. Even the healthiest relationship is going to be strained with the birth of the first child. Each child after that is not going to be as dramatic of a strain. It's more work, it's more responsibility, but the biggest difference in our roles, in our life, in everything happens with the first child. The idea that having a child will fix a couple that's about to break up is completely false. That's not going to fix anything. In fact, it's going to create a whole new level of problems. So if you're having problems, work on that. I'm not saying delay having children, but children are not the solution to that. Children are going to put an added level of stress on the marriage. People sometimes have very different understandings of the role of parents or the level of involvement of extended family, of what I consider appropriate discipline. Many people, especially these days, will talk about my parents, physically disciplined us, spanked us, but I don't want to do that. I found out as an adult that that's not in the sunnah. The Prophet ﷺ never hit a child. I don't want to hit my children. Or that I think it's wrong that we don't do that enough. Like I do think children should be spanked, or having these conversations. Again, it's not about right or wrong. It's about making sure, number one, we're respectful and that we're openly discussing, and ultimately what we land on works for both people. If one person is very strongly against something, to force them into that because it's my opinion and I think it's right is not healthy. And whether it's religious or spiritual development, what you consider okay about childcare, some families, for example, one person may absolutely not be okay with putting children in daycare or getting a nanny or a babysitter. And oftentimes, I'll have husbands who will say, even if she's not working, she's so tired, I want her to be able to get a break. I want my wife to get this help. If it's hurting her to imagine somebody else caring for her child, if she's not in a space where she would appreciate that, then we got to find another way to do this for her, right? That's not going to be the right solution if it brings her harm. And maybe it's a temporary thing. Maybe right now it's happening. And if there's a medical condition, like if we're having postpartum issues or mental illness happening, then maybe we need to make a decision even if one person's not okay with it. But most of the time, it's not about that. It's about, I want to make life easier. I want things to be more convenient. And if it doesn't help, we need to be able to discuss it. Housework and chores. Again, a lot of us tend to go with how we grew up, what we grew up seeing. We, divide up gender roles to what feels like culturally or socially appropriate. Sometimes it works, sometimes it doesn't. I gave the example of the couple I worked with where the husband was a way better cook. It was not stressful for him. He can make dinner in 15, 20 minutes, and she would be super stressed out and exhausted, and it would take her a few hours, right? That was a home where the husband should be doing the majority of the cooking. Some people are better at grocery shopping than others. I've worked with many couples who would say, I always went grocery shopping with my mom. I saw how she did it, or with my dad, and the other person never went through that, and they're not good at it, and they don't pay attention to what they're buying or what's on sale, or there might be whatever price, and it causes fights, and it causes disagreements, and people feel hurt by these things. So there's nothing from Islam that says there has to be a rigid structure, but it has to be respectful, and inshallah ta'ala, in the healthiest family, we're taking advantage of each person's strengths. We're taking advantage of each person's comfort. If somebody is uncomfortable doing something, bad at doing something, feeling like this is demeaning to me or harmful to me, we need to talk about that. What about this feels demeaning? What about this feels disrespectful? If this task needs to be done, does it matter who's doing it if it's easier for one person versus the other? If it's more convenient? If one person remembers it and the other one doesn't? Sometimes it's easy to divide it, sometimes it's not. How we spend leisure time. People might consider this very differently. Spending time with friends or with each other. Staying home or going out. Outdoor versus indoor activities. It is so common when people get married, they have different opinions about camping, different opinions about being in nature, different opinions about what constitutes a vacation. Some people, a vacation means I want to relax and lay on a beach. Some people, a vacation means I want to study ahead of time and go to a city where I can learn all about their history, and I'm going to have very structured days, and we signed up for a bunch of tours. For the other person, that's exhausting, right? So it's not that you can't have either, but it's that we're being respectful. Maybe a portion of each trip has a little bit of sightseeing, a little bit of relaxing. Maybe this trip is laying on a beach and the next trip is visiting Turkey, right? Like we're dividing it in ways where both people are getting their needs met, both people's desires are being respected. Spending time with extended family. For some people, this is a chore, even if it's my family. People will say like, we spent the day with your relatives, like that is your thing. Like, I didn't want to spend the day with my relatives. You planned that, right? Check in with each other about that. We don't always have the same opinion about these things. Identify problem areas. Remember, the goal is to build a relationship and work as a team. Teammates, again, don't defend against each other. There's enough distraction happening outside your home. It doesn't need to happen in your home. Don't confuse difference in preference as a lack of interest. If I hate being outdoors and my spouse only enjoys hiking and camping and being in nature, me not enjoying it is not a rejection of my spouse. It's a rejection of that activity. For love and respect of my spouse, to whatever degree I'm able to tolerate, I need to try and join him when I can, how I can. But to only be able to do it at his level is not going to work. So when it's the all or nothing approach, you're either doing it or you're not doing it, that's where disappointment happens. Spouses need to be able to be friends with each other and have a healthy friendship. But the same way your school friends or neighborhood friends or work friends, you don't share every single opinion with that person. You don't share every single like and dislike. It's okay when you and your spouse also don't. But you need to enjoy spending time with your friend. You need to look forward to being with your friend. You need to have things in common with your friend. That's what a friendship with your spouse also looks like. It's not that because we're married, everything I like to do, you like to do. Not realistic. If my spouse is not an outdoorsy person and I love being outdoors, then maybe I need to go hiking with my girlfriend once a month, right? If my sister and I love camping and my spouse hates it, it's not okay to drag him along. It's better to go with my sibling, right? But balancing that. It's not okay to only spend time with others. Find things that you and your spouse can enjoy together outside of home and responsibilities of home. What are leisure activities that we enjoy that we can share? I'm going to kind of go a little bit faster through the next couple slides. This one specifically, because I think we talked about it, that we all start with the honeymoon stage. It does not last. On average, it tends to be anywhere from 6 months to about 2 years. Most of the time, it's around the first year when we become more honest with ourselves and the other person. But during that honeymoon stage, it's not that anyone is lying. It's that genuinely, I don't mind the differences as much. They're not as problematic. Over time, they feel more problematic. So no one is lying to you. No one's manipulating. Again, give each other benefit of the doubt. But as more differences emerge, we need to have intentional investment of time and energy and navigate how to get through them. Maintaining the friendship is as important as building it. Be available for each other. Keep up with each other's lives. Be intentional about shared activities. Establish rituals and routines, whether it's family dinner, whether it's praying Fajr together, whether it's, a lot of people these days, couples will, have a show that they watch together. I don't watch the latest episode until my spouse is available. We watch this one show together. Or, whenever there's a new restaurant, we always try it together. If you have these rituals, prioritize them. Keep them alive. Finding something bigger than yourself that you can work on together. Volunteering for something. Being a part of an organization or something that we can encourage each other with. Learning. A lot of spouses later in life, a lot of us didn't grow up with parents who, pursued Islamic learning and knowledge as in adults, right? A lot of us come from cultures where you do that before marriage, you do that when you're younger, but not as an adult. Alhamdulillah, we live in a community. We're taking classes, taking courses, whether in person or online, is easily available. That could be something that you and your spouse do together. Both of you could learn how to improve your tajweed and learn Quran better. Both of you could take a class on Sira. Both of you could be attending lectures together. It helps you grow together. The other thing that's very healthy and important is learning to de-stress. You may have very different ways of de-stressing, But is there anything that you could share? Like, it's not just about if we had an argument and we need to resolve that, but if either of us went through a stressful time, the kids were really sick, or we just came back from a road trip that was very exhausting. We just attended a family event that was more work than necessarily fun. Maybe we need to de-stress together. Is there an activity that we can take, or an activity that we can do, or some time that we can take and focus on being in each other's company? Some lessons from happy marriages overall: view your partner in a positive light. Your partner deserves your respect. Your partner is owed your benefit of doubt. Assuming bad of each other pleases shaitan. Appreciate each other and the beauty of your differences. Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala created us differently on purpose, and you are still meant to marry the person you married. Fight constructively. We do not need to avoid fights, but we don't need to be destructive with them either. Prevent resentment by doing your best to reconcile quickly. Learn to choose your battles. Learn what is okay to let go and what needs to be discussed. Nurture all the forms of intimacy, not just physical intimacy. Navigating challenges is a part of marriage. Working together as a team. Supporting your teammate. Not defending against your teammate. Not turning them into an opponent. Encouraging them. Building them up. Be intentional about developing compassion and deepening your friendship. You're not ignoring something or being quiet about something to prevent a fight and to prevent, to have a bad evening. I'm being patient for the sake of my spouse. My spouse, lost their temper on me. I'm staying quiet because I know they had a really hard day. My spouse works very hard. They said something rude to me. I didn't deserve to hear that, but I know it came because of how much of a headache they have right now, or they're not feeling well. I let it go. Be intentional about that. May Allah subhanahu wa ta'ala bless all of you with healthy marriages and healthy relationships and healthy families. Please keep me in your du'as as well. And again, please feel free to reach out. I apologize for rushing at the end, but I hope, inshallah, this was beneficial to all of you. Jazakallah khair.